the coaching, I both coached Griffin and Dylan in youth football, but that had just ended. It was Dylan's season had just ended, and when Griffin passed away, and so then, as I said, my mom, she had prior to Griffin passing away, though, it was a Mother's Day, actually the day after Mother's Day that very year, she found out she had stage 4 uterine cancer. And so she survived just a lethal surgery where they removed a lot. And so she somehow survived that, only to 8 months later pass away. And so there was kind of a rough time there where, for me, it felt like everybody was going, nobody was coming.
Yeah.
And so, that led me to a serious bout of depression, to the point where in August of 2015, I actually shot myself and in the head, underneath the chin, and with the intention of not being here. And so, as I look back now, everything I didn't have to live for, I now have to live for. And so it was just a period of time where life was tough. And it was, once you get down, what my experience is, once I got down that low, it didn't feel like it was ever going to end, and unless I ended it.
In a front office, you have to be mindful of where you're at immediately, but also where you're going in the future. And bluntly, I think one of the things that many fans will point to when you look at what the ultimate legacy is of Stan Bowman as the GM of the Blackhawks is not only did he rebuild the roster that burned down after 2010 around the core and get them a couple more cups, but he lost sight of the development and progression elements that he needed to be aware of to restock the NHL roster with quality from inside, cost affordably, and sold out too many young guys. I mean, look at what Philip Deneau is doing in these playoffs for the LA Kings.
My problem is I think Zegras gets style points, and I don't think that's fair. Just because Raymond's goals weren't through his legs or doing the Michigan. And I'm not ripping on Zegras for doing that stuff. Keep doing the Michigan, Zegras. You're sick. Everyone wants to see you continue being sick. I'm not ripping on Zegras. I'm saying Raymond was more productive than Zegras. He just wasn't as flat.
The Kings, they got that experience. You got Jonathan Quick, multiple Stanley Cup, 2-time Stanley Cup champ, Anze Kopitar, Dustin Brown. You got a lot of experience on this team who know how to beat the best teams or teams that are better than you. I mean, the Kings were winning playoff series and winning the cup when they finished as the 8th seed, right? They have that. Sidney Crosby, like you said, he's playing out of his mind. He's got 2 goals, 7 assists, 9 points. That is what you want to see from a Hall of Fame player. You want that experience. Edmonton, they don't have a lot of playoff experience, or when they do, they don't go deep.
Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something yard touchdown pass to Greg Latta, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
So, Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
It's Tuesday night, everybody. The Bears have been practicing. The weather in Chicago is fantastic. Everything is beautiful with the exception that our democracy is in peril. There are mass shootings happening once every couple of days, but that's not why we're here. We're not here to talk about the bad news. We're here to get our minds off of all of our troubles. Hi, everyone. My name is Aldo Gandia. Johnny Santucci is in the background, and Dan Aguirre is running a little late, but he just texted me, and he says he's ready to rock and roll, so let me dial him up on the old Skype machine because that's how it works here. He is at work, and there he is. Dan Aguirre, we are live.
We are live. What are we talking about, man?
I just was introducing you. Lower your modulation just a tad, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll, man.
How about right now?
Oh, you sound so sexy. Oh, my God.
Thank you. I am sorry for being late, everybody, but I had to cram a lot of stuff in. Here I am. So
you're the man. Listen, I need to ask you. You have got a very, very important day tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
You are traveling where and for what reason?
Going to a music festival, 4 days in Florida. I've never gone to Florida. I've never been on an airplane. So I've never gone that far south. So I've got all this anxiety, and I don't want to waste any time and bore people, but just a couple of things started happening, like strange things. Did you ever see this 80s Stephen King movie with Emilio Estevez called Maximum Overdrive?
You know what? I think I started watching it one night on cable and never got through it. The reviews on it were not very good, so that's why I wasn't that interested. But tell me anyway, what happened with that movie?
It's like, it's sort of political, but not really. It's not really that thought out. But the point is, machines kind of take over and the cars start driving for themselves. My horn has been going off like just randomly. Like at one point it woke me up the other day. I'm like, what the? I was like, whoever's blowing the horn right now deserves a painful fucking death from a horror movie, and it was my Jeep. So, yes, I tried to take it to a dealership. They can't get me until June the 3rd, and then someone tells me to replace the batteries in my key fobs. I hope that's it. Now I look up, a couple of shingles are gone off my roof, and like, God damn it, man, is my roof going to be leaking while I'm gone? I can't deal with this. And somebody like kicked a hole in my privacy fence in the backyard.
What?
I saw, yeah, there's a small like gaping hole in my fence that I was mowing the lawn today. And it's just like all these things have piled up now, and I'm supposed to leave tomorrow. So
Jeez.
yeah. So, that's, I have all these irrational fears. Like, what if they overbook the flight? What if I can't get on? What if I get to the wrong gate? What if I get stopped in traffic, a car crash, can't make it? What if they tell me all the liquids and shit I've bought can't be taken? I have all these fears, and I hate myself for it. Hopefully I'll be on the flight tomorrow and everything will go well, but I'm going from West Virginia to Atlanta, and then from Atlanta to Daytona Beach.
Oh, that is nice, man. All you got to do is get to the airport early, and that will assure you that you will have your seat, and then you can ask questions about what you can bring on board and all that stuff. And pretty soon you'll be up in the air, and then everything will be copacetic, unless, of course, the plane goes down.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, that's something I haven't really been worrying about, but it's a possibility. The worst death ever, I can't think of his name now, but he was like a second string fullback for the Chargers. Remember the team that went to the Super Bowl for San Diego in 94? They lost to San Francisco.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain he was on that team as a backup, a fullback, and he was on a flight in like 95 that crashed over the Everglades.
Holy shit.
It's like, even if like you survived the fucking crash, the alligators make sure you didn't make it. Like, I hope he died before he landed.
Oh shit.
You know, to be eaten by the gator. What a terrible, oh my God. But one thing that's stuck in my head since grade school, I remember for some reason, like second grade, we randomly were talking about, if you're ever being chased by an alligator, they don't have ball and socket joints, so just run zigzag. I remember that shit for Florida. I'm ready. My big ass will be running zigzag. Hopefully I won't blow out my knee like Tariq did today. Oh my God, it's just so horrible.
That was indeed. By the way, it was Rodney Culver, former Notre Dame and NFL running back.
Oh, you looked that up. You're smooth. That's why you're the man.
Not the man. I'm the man. No, just kidding. But yeah, the Tariq Cohen thing was so tragic. You know, he's working out. I forgot what those drills are called when you're doing them on ropes, and they're squares, and you got to go in and out of them and move forward and back and move forward and back. And as he was coming back, all of a sudden you heard it, man. It was on Instagram Live.
Yeah, I saw it. He knew it immediately too. Yep. It's just, goddamn, man. The guy has the worst luck. Again, I say, I'm so thankful that he got paid.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears can afford it. And maybe he's set for life. I don't know that. But as he put in that piece, his rookie contract didn't really give him much at all.
Yeah, right.
And he's probably never going to play again now.
I doubt it. I mean, he could work his way back. But, you know, the fact of the matter is NFL general managers are going to wonder, you know, is this guy durable enough to play in the league? And frankly speaking, I said it before on this show, and I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I just don't think he had the fiber to withstand the punishment of the NFL. I mean, the guy is tiny. And like I said before, he doesn't have the muscular strength of a Darren Sproles. Darren Sproles was, you know, muscles on top of muscles. And that wasn't Tariq. Tariq is an outstanding person and an entertaining athlete. But I don't think he could play in the NFL for any long period of time. So we'll see if he gets another break, but it's going to be a long, long rehab. That's for sure.
I guess if he could make it back there. I mean, I just read that the XFL's games are going to be televised by ESPN and ABC or some shit like that. And then you've got the USFL's back too. So
that's right.
It's difficult. Do you remember Tiki Barber took off? Obviously, he had a very solid career. And he took off when he was still well to do the Today Show or something. And then he tried to come back and he was physically fit, but nobody would sign him because he hadn't played in so long. He begged for a team and nobody would sign him. It's going to be the same thing with Tariq. They're going to be like, bro, you haven't played in 3 years, your knees.
Yep.
No one's going to sign, but maybe one of these other pro leagues will.
Right. I mean, if you were an NFL general manager, Dan, would you give Tariq a workout knowing that there is so much talent at that running back position out there? Would you bring him in at that league minimum for a veteran?
I'll tell you what I would do. If I wrote a script for Tariq Cohen to be back in the league, let's say a team, hopefully the Bears, right? Hopefully the Bears. A team that's on the precipice of winning. Let's say it's week 17, week 18, something like that. And they need a kick returner for the playoffs. And maybe this guy's speed comes back. I don't think he's going to ever be running in the slot anymore or taking handoffs right up the middle, which is what Matt Nagy always made him do for no fucking reason. Right. But maybe if he gets his speed back, maybe he's returning kicks for a playoff team.
You know, the thing about Tariq is that I never thought he had electrifying speed. He doesn't have that 4.3 speed that a Velus Jones has. What his strength is just that ability to cut and to all of a sudden he's going left and there's a bunch of tacklers in front of him and he just reverses field and then makes another cut to find the hole. And there he goes for an explosive play. Now with these injuries, is he going to be able to make these cuts? You know, we know that he said in that Players Tribune article that he was feeling better. He's feeling like he can make the cuts and so forth. But now you add in a blown Achilles, which has been, thanks to Jordan Silvera, has been confirmed by Ian Rappaport that it was a blown Achilles. Do you think that he's going to have that ability to cut at that world-class level, I don't know, man. It's tough. But I'll tell you one thing: if anybody can prove me wrong, it's Tariq Cohen, because he's a fighter, man. He's got good heart on him.
All I can say, and it's not a fair comparison, but Gale Sayers, as you know, had just this awful knee injury circa 68, was probably thought of as never playing again, and then came back without his explosiveness and still led the league in rushing.
Yep, he certainly
albeit
did.
with the bad team, but still.
And he did it also with never having an explosive play. I mean, I don't think he had any runs that were over 15 yards. He did it because he was fed the ball over and over again, and he was just getting 3, 4, 5 yard pickups. So he did it dirty. He didn't do it like the Gale Sayers that was, cutting like a fucking ghost on steroids. It was unbelievable what he would do. I'll never forget Bill Cosby's line about Gale Sayers. I saw him running towards a tackler, and then all of a sudden, Sayers split into 2 people. I'll never forget that. And that was the illusion that he imparted with those tremendous cutting skills. But Gale, if Gale would have been playing in today's day and age, Gale would have continued to have that incredible career because of the advancements on ACL injuries.
Man, just think about, and this is still 30 years ago. I've referenced this before, but it sticks out in my head. On opening day in 1995, Rod Woodson blew out his knee for Pittsburgh. He still played in Super Bowl 30 that year and played well at the end of the season. They lost to Dallas. That's the Neil O'Donnell interception game to Larry Brown, if you recall, was MVP of that game. But Rod Woodson went from blowing his knee out in week 1 to playing in the Super Bowl 3 or 4 months later. I mean, and that was 30 years ago. Roughly 30 years, or 27 years ago. So again, if you have that same advancement, even from the 90s for Gale, then his knee is back to like it didn't even happen.
Yeah. Special guy, Gale Sayers, one of my all-time favorite Chicago Bears players. And
did it seem like the Bears didn't do enough for him when he died?
Totally agree. Totally fucking agree. I don't get how the Bears treat their veterans, all the way from the superstars like Gale Sayers to players like Olin Kreutz, who would be in the Hall of Fame right now if George McCaskey was pounding the table with certain people that he knows in the NFL and laying down the grease for him, to certain players who have had minor careers with the Bears and have never been called back for certain things, which they should. I mean, we've heard things, Doug Plank, thanks to Greg Braggs, was a guest here on the Barroom Network show. And Doug Plank talked about how he was just never given a call to participate in things. And the whole idea of having a former Chicago Bear be on the coaching staff, just unheard of, and that just to me doesn't make any sense. At
Rivera is the only one.
Who's that? Oh yeah, Ron. Right.
Ron Rivera or Ditka. That's the only 2 that stick out in my head.
Yeah, very true. Ditka, of course.
I'm surprised Singletary hasn't made it on somebody's staff. I know everyone wants to make jokes about some of the pressers he had in San Francisco, but I mean, goddamn, you can't give the guy, let him cut the video or something, just give him a shot to be in the building because he's got so much passion.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Hey, Dan, did you get a chance to listen to any of the press conference Bear stuff today?
No, I apologize. I am a fan. I know people are going to think I'm not, but I've just been pounded in the dirt trying to get everything done just at my house so I can leave for a week.
Well, I am glad actually that you didn't, because I got quite a few sound bites. I'd love to play them for you and get your take on them. In addition, everyone in the chat room, Jordan, in fact, says, Aldo, whenever we get there as a former TV communication career holder, I'd love to hear your opinion on the Jalen Johnson media questions and responses today. Thanks. Yeah, Jordan, that was fascinating, the whole Jalen Johnson press conference. And so I'm going to get to that, but I'm going to start playing some sound bites from today's press conference with head coach Matt Eberflus, one of the
I think it was his birthday.
Yes, it was his birthday. I think he is a very young 52, which is a great age to be a head coach. My research says that head coaches who have 52 have won the most Super Bowls ever. That's bullshit. I just made that
up. Well, just as long as he's not 39 when he starts like Matt Nagy, or was he 38? Either way.
Yeah. And he doesn't wear a fucking visor. Jesus. If I see another Bears visor anyway, I like I'm at Dick's Sporting Goods here in Chicago and I see a Bears visor, I just might pull my lighter out and just set it ablaze. Okay, so Matt was asked about the new schedule, which is something you and I have not had an opportunity to talk about. So I'd like to try to squeeze that in. This is Matt Eberflus's reaction to the schedule.
Doesn't matter. It does not matter. I could care less.
It doesn't matter that your buys in December. That's the latest you could possibly have.
It doesn't matter. It is what it is, and we got to play the schedule. So, but you look at it as a football coach. What you do is you look at it and you say, okay, there's certain breaks in the schedule when you have a bye week that late. Well, when can you get the guys a break? And the scheduling of it's very important because you want to get your guys fresh into the game. So you're certainly looking at that. We're putting that together as we speak. The training camp schedule and what we're going to operate during the season. So, but in terms of your question, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You got to play the schedule. You see what I'm saying? But you do look at it. It's an important thing.
You got your preseason opponents, by the way, the Chiefs, the Seahawks, the Browns. Are you planning to do joint practices with any of those three teams?
I don't think so. I don't think we are.
It's too bad they're not doing these preseason scrimmages with one of their opponents. But what did you think about what he said overall about the schedule? It doesn't matter.
I'm sure internally he thought, damn, week 14? But what can he do about it?
Exactly. That's the point.
The flip side of that is there for a while in the, I'm going to say the teen years, like 13, 14, somewhere through there, like Lovey, at the end of Lovey, Trestman, maybe early Fox, it felt like the Bears always had a bye in like week 6 or 7. So, and it's just like, that one was so early, week 5, week 6. So, I mean, conversely, I'd almost rather have it in 14 than so early in the year. So, but like you said, what are you going to do? I mean, the only time I can think of us having a bye that late was in 99. It was really late in the season like that, week 13, 14, somewhere through there. But, I wish that he would attack the Packers a little more like Lovey did. Our first goal here is to beat Green Bay. That one, he fuck the Packers. Like, give me something, man. I like Eberflus. I do. He kind of sounds like Gruden to me a little bit.
Yeah, doesn't he? He does. That's true. Yeah. It doesn't look like Gruden at all, but nonetheless, so the schedule is out. I want to get your thoughts on it and announce to everyone the game that you're coming to Chicago in.
Yeah.
I was talking to my wife, who is a meeting events coordinator, and she just might have time to plan something really cool for you, me, other barroom hosts, and the Barflies. So let everybody know when you're going to be in town, and then I'll follow up with what I just said.
Okay. I'll give you the backstory because I like to talk, apparently. Initially, I was looking for week 3, the Texans game with Lovey. That's what I said on air.
Right.
But as fate had it, I was listening to Howard Stern, I would say last Wednesday, and he had Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins, whom is from Chicago, and Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction in the studio. And I thought, well, that's a weird pairing. I mean, not that there are differences in music, but like, why are they together, And then Howard goes, well, we've got an announcement. I thought, oh shit, this is going to be a tour. And sure enough, they announced right there on Stern, they're going on tour. The tickets go on sale the next day. So I thought, oh shit. And I look at the tour dates and one of them Chicago. So I was like, man, now we're waiting on the schedule to come out because the Pumpkins tickets went on sale at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 Central. But I was like, I don't want to buy it yet. And the Bears be on the road that weekend. But thank fucking God, Danny Parkins broke the schedule to the world before the NFL officially released it like 7-8 hours later.
Yep.
So I was able to buy tickets for the Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction at the United Center for Saturday, November the 5th. And I'm so excited to be in Michael Jordan's like lair. I mean, to be a part of that history. I hope that there should be fucking photos everywhere if I'm a Bulls fan, and I'm not a Bulls fan, but I want nostalgia all over that building. I want something that says this is where Michael Jordan, beat Utah in 97, Seattle 96, Portland 92. I want to see it and won championships. But to answer your question, the next day, I hope to come in and see the Miami Dolphins finally lose in Chicago, because if you remember, they've beaten us at home a lot. Like they beat us in 06, our Super Bowl year there. That was their first loss. They beat us in with 14. It was an ugly game. It was the last game the Bears played before I moved into my house. And it's like we did beat Miami in 2010 down there with Cutler beat Brandon Marshall that night. But anyway, the point is Miami beats us a lot for some reason.
They sure do.
And it's Soldier Field. So I hope to break that tendency. So there it is. Saturday, November 5th. We'll go to the United Center for Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction. Got great tickets there. We have shitty tickets for the Chicago Bears, but that's the best I could do. I got face value. Got 3 tickets for $475.
Woohoo, baby! We're gonna have a good time.
I just hate that we're that high up, man. I'm sorry.
Get out of here. We were high up for the Lions game last year. Those tickets that you bought, and
but that was the second level. This is the 4th level. This is where you could probably get blown in the stands and nobody would notice.
You're gonna blow me. But here's the deal. So my wife now is working on something with a bar or some establishment that could host us and barflies. And so she's working on all the details. And so we're going to make that available, all those details available as quickly as possible for Saturday, November 5th. It'll be like an afternoon brunch kind of thing. We'll have some drinks and so forth. Get to meet Dan and get to meet a bunch of the other people. And then Dan will head over to Smashing Pumpkins and I'll head to Smashing Pumpkins too.
Yeah. Hopefully, I got seats. I didn't want to ask you to get on the floor. I mean, I didn't try to make you get into a mosh pit, but I think we have good seats. We got lower levels.
Beautiful seats.
And in fact, my flight that morning is really early. So I think I land Central Time at like 12:30 or 1. So I have all day Friday to do something too. If whatever we can come up with. Whether that be the bar room or just actually just going through town aimlessly.
Sure.
I don't know, but I mean, I should have all day, which is a dichotomy from last season when it was like rush. Let's cram this in. Oh, I got to drive. I got to leave,
No, this is going to be interesting. I'm working on a full itinerary for you, and John Buffon reached out to me and said, hey, do you think there's going to be a game or all of us can get together? Because I like to fly in, and Nestle Bruanas, who does the Spanish language Bears preview show, she asked John to, and so I responded back with those November dates, and so they're working on their schedule, so they might be flying in too. So it would be great for
maybe Santucci.
Santucci, of course, we're going to bring Santucci down here.
Aaron unfortunately can't make it. He said, and this is something I'm afraid of happening as well, because this will make the Republicans happy. Biden's got an inflation problem, whether it's his fault or not. People are going to attribute that to his administration.
Sure.
And so with that inflation, if your mortgage is tied into your escrow, maybe your local taxes go up, all this stuff. Well, it's affected Aaron's mortgage. My reappraisal's not till November, so I won't know yet. But apparently it was adverse. I don't mean to get into Aaron's life, but he was like so pissed off about it. He's like, I don't even know if I have enough money to go this, so I'm not committing to it, and I feel his fucking pain, man.
No shit.
And I hope I didn't speak out of school there.
No, not at all. Why would you? So,
I hope I didn't embarrass Aaron.
For Aaron, Aaron's a hardworking guy, makes good money. He works at a Toyota assembly line, and so everybody is hurting. Lower middle class, upper middle class, everybody except that 1%, right? They're doing fine. But anyway, so more details on the outing that we're planning for that first weekend in November. Let's get back to some of this sound video from today's press conference. This is
after this, can we talk more about the schedule after?
No, why don't we do it now?
Okay, well, I just wanted to say I'm so happy that we don't have to go to Minnesota the last week of the season. That shit had happened like 7 of the last 8 years. Minnesota's not come to Chicago in the early part of the year in like a decade and a half, to where it was, or I'm sorry, the Bears hadn't gone to Minnesota early in the year since Rex beat them in 2006 in week 3 in a game we were down, and he hit Rasheed Davis, and then the Vikings bitched and said that Rex had foul language and offended them, and he was just cussing all over the place. I don't know if you remember that.
No,
but
I don't.
Yeah, they were bitching about Rex's language, and Tommy Harris had a great play to give us the ball back late in that game. But that was the last time the Bears have gone to Minnesota early in the season. It's hard to believe, And we've, like Eberflus was talking about needing a small break. Well, we've got a Thursday night game at home against Washington, and then they don't play again until the following Monday. So there's some rest time there. You got the 2 games in to New York, which again the Bears had in 2006 as well, and they won both of those games. A lot of people are picking the Jets to beat us. I'm like, really, the Jets? I mean, okay, but I got Buffalo on Christmas Eve, and Minnesota comes to Chicago the last week this year, and I hope it's fucking cold.
It will be, trust me.
Yeah, those guys have been in their sweet little dome. Basically, we're not talking about Bud Grant's Minnesota Vikings now, where they purposely wouldn't let you have heat on the fucking sidelines. Literally, like, because the league said if you have heat, the other team has to have heat. So Bud said, we won't have heat then. So neither side had heat.
That's right.
Yeah, that's such an advantage,
Absolutely. Bud Grant, one of the all-time greats. Yeah, and one of the things that you pointed out to me a year or so ago was that, again, the Packers get that home game on national TV against the Bears, and it happened again this season.
It's like 12 of the last 13 or 14 years that there's a primetime game in Green Bay.
That sucks. One thing about the schedule, and I mentioned this during the schedule release show that we had, that week 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 really worries me because there's 4 games in the road, and then the only home game in between is a Thursday night game against the Commanders. And so, man, that just has a recipe for a really tough part of the schedule. And I kind of foresee this being a streaky season for the Bears. And I know a couple of people in the chat room have agreed with that assessment, where they win 2 games and then lose 3 games and then win 2 games or whatever. It could be that kind of a season for the Chicago Bears. So hopefully it's
your point is great there. It's something to worry about. But again, conversely, toward the end of the year, you've got Green Bay coming in, and then there's a bye, and then they've got like Philly, Buffalo, and Minnesota with 1 road game in there against Detroit. Point being, from week 13 on, they've only got 1 road game.
Yeah.
Because the bye's in there, and so they got all those home games at the end of the year. Although bear weather hasn't really helped us since '85.
Right.
Maybe something can give the Bears an advantage later in the year. I don't know. But you never know who's going to line up on any given Sunday. It's May.
Right.
Like you look at Buffalo and you think it's a guaranteed loss, but who's to say that Josh Allen's not, hurt or having a down year? Things can happen, you know?
But you're right. There is something interesting about the schedule that you're kind of pointing out right now, starting with that week 9. I know the Dolphins are expected to have a big year because of all the acquisitions, Tyreek Hill, a good draft and so forth. But I think we could beat the Dolphins at Soldier Field.
I hope so.
I'm not a Tua fan, and
did you see the promotional video they tried to make?
No. What happened?
Oh God, they tried to make a video, I guess, for season ticket holders of Tua throwing the deep pass to Tyreek Hill, and it was a duck and fell short. And they had to add it to the video.
I love it. And that's who we'll be facing. And so I think Robert Quinn is licking his chops already. Facing that left-handed quarterback, he's going to be, I'm coming. You see me. I'm coming. And he's going to get there. And then you follow that up with the game against the Lions. Of course, that's a win. And then the lowly Falcons on the road. And then everybody thinks that the Jets are all in because of the great offseason that they have, but they still have to prove it on the football field. And while that game is in New York, I definitely feel that they can come away with a victory there.
Yeah, I mean, like if Fields struggled last year, and I can concede that point, what the fuck did Zach Wilson do?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, why is it Fields is the one like, oh, the Bears could be moving on from Fields, but no one's saying that about Zach Wilson?
I wonder why. I wonder why. I'm not going to get into that whole topic, but I think it might have to do something with.
Even if it's a racial thing, or maybe it isn't. I don't know. You figure usually the New York market is just as like on their quarterbacks like the Bears are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right. Normally the New York market or New Jersey or whatever would be like, they didn't really give Daniel Jones a shot there either, so he's kind of been looking over his shoulder, and rightfully so, the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think they'd be on Zach Wilson, but man, I don't know. Everyone expects them to do some great shit this year, and I don't see why.
Okay, Follow 84 says Zach Wilson will be the Mitch Trubisky of 2021 draft. You know what? It's there's a few things that worry me about that kid, despite the fact that he had that brilliant senior year at BYU. I don't even know if it was a senior year, but he had that brilliant last year in college. But there have been stories that he's sort of like that quarterback in that movie Draft Day, where nobody went to the guy's birthday party in the movie. That's sort of the reputation that Wilson has, is that he may not be the leader necessary to be a successful NFL quarterback. A little bit too much into himself. But week 13, it's the Packers, and I just feel really good about our chances with the Packers at home. I don't think, barring the unforeseen injuries, blah blah blah. I just don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to come into Chicago and with the karma against him, that he's going to own us again. And then there's the Week 14 bye. You got the Eagles, you got the Bills, you got the Lions on the road, and you got the Vikings at home. I think you can win 3 of those last 4 games after the bye. So the Bears could definitely finish strong this season.
And let me make an argument as well. As chaotic as things were in 2021, and San Francisco made it all the way to the NFC Championship game, the Bears had them beaten.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a fluke play with Samuel that gave them some momentum, and then we couldn't respond because Tabor was called. But then again, Matt Nagy would have been worse if he'd have been there. But we had Chris Tabor as the head coach that day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that was a team that was stacked, got all the way to the championship game, almost made it to the Super Bowl. If Garoppolo didn't make one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life at the end of that game. And who's to say Jimmy G's even playing? They could be going with Trey Lance, but that's opening day. Everyone's got that as a loss for us, but why? We played them tough last year. It's week 1. They don't know what the Bears are coming at them with offensively.
I'm with you. And when we played them tough, we didn't have Khalil Mack. His season was already over.
Right, and Fields looked tough that day.
Ooh, baby.
That run that he made, getting out of the pocket.
Yep.
So you got Robbie's ass will be running his mouth like every time he comes in. But I think the Bears can win that one. Everyone thinks that we're going to start out 0-2, and maybe we do lose in Green Bay again. And a lot of people are saying, well, the Texans, that's a win. But I don't know, man, because Lovey's like 0-2 against us. And, that feels like he's got to get us once, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But then again, Buddy Ryan never beat Mike Ditka, so maybe not. I don't know.
I love how you apply the historical perspective to this stuff. It's great, man. Kudos to you with that. All right, I want to play another soundbite for you. I got so many here, so let's breeze through some of these. I thought this was interesting about how Eberflus is going to pick his captains.
Yeah, I haven't decided the philosophy in terms of like picking those captains, but in terms of answer your question, is yes. I've been watching that since day one because leadership on a football team is the number one priority you have to establish. And It starts with the coaches, but what's more important is the leadership in the locker room. So we're doing a good job right now with the coaches. I have a conversation with those guys all the time, and I love to observe people. And being a good leader is about action. It's about doing, and it's about doing the things that you need to do in execution on the football field first. And a lot of those guys are rising to the top. So I let it happen organically just by observing it, and I set the parameters and the standards of what a football team, how they operate, okay? And the guys that operate in that, okay, certainly can be themselves, no question about it, but the cream will rise to the top. It always does. My 30 years of coaching, I've seen it every single year. It'll rise to the top. And you hold guys to the standard, and then what will happen is we'll be able to say, okay, there's one, there's one, there's one, and there's one. And you want one in every position group. You really do, or two. So we're working to get that, and we'll see where it goes. But again, it's an ongoing day-to-day evaluation.
Dan, do you prefer the method of having altering?
No, because Mark Trestman did that and Matt Nagy did that, and arguably they're the worst two coaches in the history of the franchise.
You're forgetting John Fox. He squeezes in there, maybe.
Did Fox do that too?
I think so.
Fuck that. Put the C on Fields and leave it there.
Exactly. And I'm going to play some sound bites for you a little later from Lucas Patrick. And if this motherfucker doesn't sound like a captain, then I don't know what a captain should sound like. So I'm already letting know Fields is one captain. The offensive line should have a captain, of course, and it's Lucas Patrick. And maybe a Roquan Smith as the defensive captain for the and then you need a special teams guy. So I don't know who those two guys are on defense, especially.
You have to give it to Cairo, I would think, on special teams.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, he's played well for us.
Yeah, he speaks English, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm Puerto Rican. I can make those jokes. So anyway, I thought it was an interesting soundbite there about how his philosophy of how to attract, or not attract, but appoint captains to the team. And then, of course, we all wanted to hear him talk about Justin Fields' development. This is what he said.
I've seen just develop day to day, just keep getting better and keep, learning the system. And now he's starting to take control, in terms of, getting guys lined up, helping guys after the play. You need to do it this way, you need to do it that way. And he does it in a good way. The number one of the things we talked about first day is respect. We have to respect each other. So you have to be able to look each other in the eye and tell the truth. You have to be able to do that. And that's what he does. And he can do it in a respectful way, in a challenging way. We're going to get better. And that's what he's done, and he's going to continue to do that.
Love that. And let me, on top of that, add this soundbite from Lucas Patrick talking about Justin Fields and how he's evaluated the second-year quarterback for the Bears. And
he's the center now, right?
He's the center, right?
Fast. Yeah, he can get moving pretty quick. No, he's a fun guy. He's young, so he likes to have the juice and the energy, and he's got a live arm. I mean, there were a few throws he made today where that ball just, it's like it keeps getting faster in the air, and he's soaking everything up. Like whether it's coaches, me, or stuff he's telling me. I mean, it's really good. I mean, he's couldn't have a better start to a working relationship.
It sounds like is he almost beyond your expectations of what you thought out of him in terms of his arm and the things you were just.
I mean, I have pretty high expectations. You don't get drafted as high as he does, in the National Football League just for, kind of having a wet noodle or slow feet. Like he's really talented. I thought he was going to be really good, and he's exceeding my expectations.
The last time, Dan, we heard about Justin Fields was, he had an awful practice. And then all of a sudden, media reports of, there's no trusts from polls. That whole shit started again. There was an article by some guy, Mike Trainer or somebody like that, talking about the Bears didn't do Fields any favor because there's no favors because there's no trust in him. Fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I read the article. The guy was just coming up with shit out of his ass. The one thing that everybody should remember is that Ryan Poles, the Bears general manager, stuck to his board. He wrote down all the names based on input from the scouting staff and coaching staff as to what order they had on players, and he stuck to that. And we're lucky to get 2 starters, what I imagine are going to be 2 starters in the defensive backfield and an explosive wide receiver who might take a little while to get going because of his inexperience, but nonetheless, I'm happy with what Poles did, and I'm unhappy with reporters who are speculating that Poles has no confidence in Justin Fields. We've heard it over and over and over again, from the general manager to the head coach. They have tons of confidence in Justin Fields. So fuck you if you are saying something to the contrary. Am I being nice enough on that?
I like it. I damn sure do, because it just this narrative started as soon as they fired the other coach. And I mean, I'm surprised they didn't try to say, well, Nagy got fired because of Fields. He's a coach killer.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like the media's been on him, implying that he's a bust and shit already. Like pump the brakes on that, man.
Jeez.
I mean, this guy had no coaching last year at all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Who was it? Jeremy Layton had a really good post. I think I retweeted it with saying this is one for Layton because it was a great post. He listed Allen, the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills. What's his first name? Josh Allen. The roster for Josh Allen's second year, and there were like no recognizable names among, but Cole Beasley was probably the most recognizable name, and yet that was his breakout year. His sophomore year, he broke out, and he broke out with a team that had less than stellar big name receivers. And so, do your research when you write these goddamn articles, because that was just a hack job by somebody looking for clickbaits. And I'm almost embarrassed that I read the article, but I was hoping to read something that might have some legitimacy to it. But it wasn't there. Like when Dan Orlovsky was critical of Justin Fields, he at least made the good point that the wind-up on Fields' throwing motion was going to be a problem in the NFL. And he was proven to be right about that, proven to be wrong about certain other things, but at least he made a good point as to why he was hesitant to announce Justin Fields as a quality rookie.
But if you don't remember the play, you should look it up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Orlovsky, as a Detroit Lion,
of course I remember that,
ran out of the back of the end zone and was still running, had no fucking idea he had just created a safety, and was still running, like trying to make some kind of play. Like that guy, if Jim Marshall can't get into the Hall of Fame because he ran the wrong way that one particular play, and
Good
they hold
point.
that against him,
oh my gosh,
then Dan Orlovsky can't break down quarterback play because of that safety.
Wait a minute, let me write this down. This is a commercial. 47 minutes of the show. I love it. All right. There was a fight at camp today, and this is Eberflus talking about the fight, but more importantly, talking about.
Please tell me Eddie Jackson got beaten up.
No, I didn't get the names. If someone in the chat knows who was the two culprits who were pushing and shoving each other, let us know. But here's Eberflus talking about that incident.
The bottom line is this: is that you have to work together to practice. This is Bears on Bears, and we're not going to tolerate that here at the Bears. So. It's a simple message. I have no problem delivering that message to anybody. So it's they understand that, and because it's what happens is during the course of football, okay, there are things that happen right against your opponent. You're playing whatever opponent A, B, or C, doesn't matter. You have to have emotional control, okay, during the course of the game. It's got to be a boxer's mentality because. You can't go let your anger get to you because why? Then you'll foul, right? You'll make a stupid thing after the play, and now it's hurting our football team and hurting our chances to win. So that to me is what we have to learn, right? All of us, right, during the course of training camp, okay, and then even back in this part of this. So it was a very small. It was a couple shoves, and that was it. And it was no big deal. But again, I said the message after the practice, say, hey, we got to make sure that was real small, but. That can escalate into something during a game where it's going to cause a penalty. We don't want that.
I love the thinking there, Dan.
I agree. I just kept thinking, I sort of drifted away. And not to say, it's not like I have attention deficit disorder, but when he said that about, I started to think about Anthony Miller.
Yeah.
Or Javon Wims, the sequences from 2 years ago, where it's like the guy starting all the shit with them in New Orleans and the same dude, and then they punch him twice.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like right now, Eberflus is saying there'll be none of that shit.
Yep. And I
like it.
I think that's a great way to discipline these players. There was that whole Tevin Jenkins thing when he went over to protect Justin Fields in that one game. And I was critical of Tevin Jenkins. I was also critical of the Ifedi for pushing him and embarrassing him on national on national television. That was wrong by Ifedi, and I'm glad that he's gone as a result of that and his overall poor play. But I was critical of Tevin because it was a penalty, and there was a chance for the Bears to get back into that game. And so the way that I've always been taught, where somebody fucks with your quarterback or somebody does something dirty to you in a football game, you get him back on the next play or later in the game. You fucking punch him in the ribs, you fucking kick him in the nuts. You do something where the referee doesn't see it and throws a flag at you. You don't do it in broad daylight or Monday Night Football light, because that's just going to cost your team. So I think Eberflus is getting that mentality in there of discipline. If you're going to fucking get a little revenge, you do it during the fucking play, man. You get somebody in the ribs with an elbow or whatever the fuck you do. That's the way to do it, not stupid penalties. All right. Now, this is gets into a real interesting segment of this whole press conference stuff. I'm going to start with Matt Eberflus talking about when he's asked specifics about Jalen Johnson, the third-year cornerback, drafted, of course, by Ryan Pace. And he asked for some specifics as to what he sees in his play.
Specifically, what do you want to emphasize with him in the work-in-progress nature and the things that you want him to improve on here in this game?
Well, I look at tape, but I do hold a little bit of onus to that. But I want to see him in person. So I gotta have time on task. So I don't really know how to answer that question right now. I'm going to be very general if I answer that question. So I got to see time on task. I got to see the guy cover. I got to see how he takes his angles. How he plays the ball. I got to see all those things before we're going to start diving into the details of that, of coaching him.
All right, so. Dan, now I've edited together Eberflus and Jalen Johnson talking about Johnson's progress. And I thought it was very interesting because Eberflus was asked a question about Johnson, and he started talking about Kyler Gordon. And then one of the reporters, and I wish I knew this guy's name. I think his last name is Howard, but I don't know his first name. I listened to these press conferences diligently, and he's always asking some excellent questions. He brought that up to Jalen Johnson, that Eberflus was heralding the play of his top cornerback in the draft, Kyler Gordon, but didn't particularly say anything great about him. So I've edited this kind of back and forth between Eberflus and Jalen Johnson. It's 2 minutes long. Listen carefully because I got questions for you on the other end, Dan.
So Jalen, young player, is still a work in progress. He's got some things he's got to work on, just like all the rest of those guys that are in their second, third year players. They all got to work on stuff, and just work, keep him working, and we'll see where he goes.
Jalen Johnson, I know you said he's a young player. He's going into his third year. He's probably got things you'd like to see him work on. Is there anything that you do as a coach that you can kind of time up the development of a Kyler Gordon who's just coming in? He's probably got a lot to learn. And someone who still is a young player in Jalen, is there stuff that you do to try to get them on the same page at the same time in terms of development, skills?
Yeah, I just think you coach them. You're coaching those guys. They play the same position. Kyler's been lighting it up the last 2 days. I'll just tell you that. The guy's got tremendous ball skills. He's been playing the defense the right way. And we're very impressed with him. I'll just tell you that. And he's doing a good job the first 2 days. We'll see where it goes. He's young. He's got a lot to learn, but we are excited where he is with his ball hawking skills.
We just talked to Coach Eberflus a minute ago, and he was talking about, obviously he highlighted things that he thinks you can do well, but he talked about things that he thinks you need to improve on, as opposed to when he spoke about Kyler. He was like very, very, positive, and he'd been praising him. I'm not saying he thinks he's a better player than you, but I think the expectation on you is a little bit different. Do you feel that pressure? Well, how's that process been in terms of getting to know your new coaches?
I don't feel anything.
When you came in, you contributed early, kind of, proved yourself to the previous regime. Do you feel like you're starting over and got to prove yourself to this coaching staff too, to let them know that you are as valuable a player as I'm sure you deem yourself to be?
100%. That's my mindset now moving forward. It's a complete reset. Everything I've done in the past with the other coaches, with the other staff, it really doesn't mean anything too much. The film, not going to lie to you, but at the end of the day, they want me to show them what I can do in person moving forward.
Now, Dan, Nomad in the chat says that he didn't read too much into this, and perhaps I'm making it a bigger deal than it should be. Based on my editing of those comments, do you have a thought on the topic?
I do. Independent of that, it's something that we have in our little chat with like Aaron and Tooch and Two Scoops and Joey Two Scoops and Steve Zimmerman. When we go back and forth, I can't remember who disagreed or agreed with me, but one of the things I've said over and over, and I think Aaron is of the same mindset as me, not that it makes me right, but I've said that I just thought that Jalen Johnson has gotten way too much love the last 2 years, and that I felt like, or maybe Aaron said this, I don't want to steal his line, that maybe he wouldn't even be starting if he were with another team that had, decent corners. He's like the best corner on a shitty team of corners, I hope that he's better than what I think, but Johnson and Vildor to me just feel below average. And the fact that you play this audio and our coach, again, who sounds like one of the Gruden brothers, I don't know which one, maybe both of them, the one that was in Washington for a bit, and the one obviously we know, John, but I hear him, I'm like, God damn, I just want him to be like, knock on wood if you're with me, or whatever that soundbite was with the Raiders. I'm not surprised that he's praising the rookie, because again, I can't think of, to me, I see Jalen Johnson getting burned. I see Jalen Johnson throwing Nagy to the fucking wolves with the media, so maybe he was right for that. I don't like Nagy, but it just seems like this guy's got a lot of shit around him, like that he hasn't backed it up yet. Enough to earn that, enough to come out and diss his coach like that, to me. And obviously Nagy is worthy of being dissed, but come on, man, shut up and play.
I got to tell you, and a lot of people in the chat, Jordan and a number of other people are saying, reading too much into it. This is not a big deal, but I think it might be something to follow as the year goes on. And I got to give Jalen Johnson credit for how he handled that. That last part of the soundbite that I put into that series of sound bites, he talked about how he needed to prove himself to this new coaching staff. So it was the appropriate response. But let's not forget that Jalen Johnson, made some big time mistakes. He allowed the poor coaching that he was getting to produce lackadaisical play, to the point that even the general manager of the Chicago Bears pointed it out when he announced the firings of Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace.
Yeah, it's week 17 or 18. You're still not touching the receiver when he's down.
Exactly. And so, I think that I just think that, the Bears went out and drafted high caliber character guys. And I think that that's the one thing that they are watching about Jalen Johnson. Is he as high caliber of a guy as my guy, Kyler Gordon? Is he going to be a leader on this team, or is he going to complain on social media about a $100 fine or whatever it was that he got for being late in practice? I don't want to.
Yeah, he feels like a malcontent to me. He does.
Yeah, but at the same time, reputable reporters have said that Jalen Johnson is a team leader. Now, I think it was Brad Biggs. I think he was the only one that said that. So, I respect Brad's opinion on that. So he's at.
Well, think about all the shit that Cutler took because he didn't smile enough, and I'm just saying this guy feels as mercurial as we accuse Jay of being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you. I here's what I think. Jalen has another year before his new contract is up. And so basically, I think a lot of what is going on here is prove it. Prove it that you are worth one of those huge effing contracts that cornerbacks are making. And in fact, I didn't pull this soundbite, but he was asked about the contract Jerry Alexander, the Packers signed, and I'm happy for him. I hope I get a payday like that too. Yeah, well, the way you're going to get a payday is to now play at a super high level and be a team leader, because I think that is a huge part of the culture of these Chicago Bears. They're not going to put up with players who play at an average level but are perhaps malcontents or perhaps just not following through on details, like tackling a guy when he's down. Perhaps. I don't know that for sure.
Let me give you some optimism.
Okay, good. Please. Thank you.
Optimism. We saw this with Kyle Fuller. He was drafted by Phil Emery.
Yeah, great points.
Since we didn't get Aaron Donald, as you recall.
Mm-hmm.
And they drafted Kyle Fuller, and then he had that issue where he missed a whole year because of a fucking knee scraping or something, which I'm not to me, if I got my knee cleaned out, it would probably put me on crutches for a while, but I'm not a supreme athlete like Kyle Fuller. So most people thought he should have been back a lot sooner instead of taking a year off. So he was in the doghouse, and he was able to turn that around and be a stud under Fox and Nagy. So maybe Jalen Johnson can do the same. And Kyle had to prove himself after being as far in the doghouse as he could possibly be without being cut.
Yep. Lots of great comments in the chat room. Some of them are talking about this is a result of the poor coaching by Matt Nagy, and I agree with that. I agree that, when you got a coach who is on the ropes and is desperately trying to do anything to save his job, and who has such a huge ego that it's going to create bad comments or bad actions, bad behavior, or maybe the word isn't even bad, questionable behavior. And so I think that Matt Nagy owns a lot of that responsibility. But at the
so you're saying the tone of desperation, the whole team could feel that, and it just felt like everyone knew that the building was on fire.
Yes. And, a lot of times people will say, well, he's fucking making millions of dollars. He shouldn't let any of that shit. Hey, we're all fucking human, and shit happens. I mean, I remember when I worked in corporate America, I was making some buku dollars, but every once in a while I ran up to management at the company that I worked at that pissed me off, and I didn't give a shit how much money I made. I was a fucking rebel and saying, no, let's do it this way. Let's burn this fucking place down and stuff. Because sometimes money is the last thing you think about when you're seeing injustices, or when you're seeing poor management, or when you're seeing just fucking bullshit around you. You need to vent, and sometimes you need to act out. But that's a different story. I got a few more sound bites here. Here is now I'm going to play a string of sound bites from Jalen Johnson, who all of them which impressed me. This is him talking about the two rookie defensive backs the Bears drafted with their 2 picks in the second round, and those guys, of course, are Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker.
Definitely know they can make plays on the ball. I've seen Kyler do it in college, and now kind of watching the film. From minicamp, watching the film in the last couple of days in OTAs, he's made some plays, as well as the safety as well. I mean, they rake out the ball. They are ball hawks. They're ball hungry. So, I mean, that's definitely a good thing, knowing that they're aggressive towards the ball.
You produced right away as a rookie in here. What do they need to do to come in here and be able to do that, too, in terms of, right from the day one?
Have a short memory. I feel like that's big for corner, but especially as a rookie corner. I mean, you're going to mess up. You're going to have balls caught on you. You're going to be in uncomfortable situations. But really just keep moving forward, keep refreshing your mind each and every day you come in, and just keep trying to get better.
This team used its 2 top draft picks on defensive backs. As someone who also plays in the secondary, how did that make you feel?
Excited. Just to have some high-level guys come in and be able to contribute. I mean, we had a lot of people leave our secondary. So, I mean, we definitely needed some replacements, and I feel like that's what they did. So, I mean, definitely helped the team out a lot.
That was a good soundbite there. He didn't, whether it was genuine or not, he at least said the right thing.
Yeah, and those were all at the top of the press conference, so he was rolling there. And as the questions started to get, I don't know, tougher or more unfair, some people feel like some of the questions that were pointed his way may have been unfair. Whatever it was, I genuinely believe that Jalen Johnson could be an outstanding player in the National Football League and have the leadership skills. But there are certain players that if they're not surrounded by other leaders, they won't play at a high level. And I worry sometimes about people like Eddie Jackson, being associated with these defensive backs that perhaps he's infecting them with bad habits and bad thought patterns and so forth. I don't know. I'm just, as a fan of somebody who I don't attend practices or press conferences, but as somebody that devours this stuff, I worry about it. I mean, do you trust Eddie Jackson, Dan Aguirre?
No, and when you leak out the story, or someone, I don't mean you, I meant you in second person, that it's disclosed that Eddie didn't talk to them when they were drafted.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like to me he's got a chip on his shoulder about that, because he knows, we all know the last 3 years he's played subpar.
Mm-hmm.
So he probably views them as the guys coming to take his job.
Yeah.
And I hope that's true, unless he somehow has some kind of career, like he just rejuvenates himself. At this point, 3 years of bad play, though, it's kind of hard to foresee that.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that, man. All right, so here's another fascinating part of this interview. And again, I think this is this guy named Howard. God, I should have double checked his name before the show. But he poses this question to Jalen Johnson, and he starts off by saying, I think you're one of the better players on the team. You've been playing well, but
at times to me it seems like you were a little bit hesitant to kind of pull the trigger and take some risks, like maybe not wanting to make mistakes deep. Do you think that new confidence will allow you to kind of pull the trigger, or maybe even having the ball in front of you? You think that'll allow you to kind of take some risks where maybe it was like, I don't want to get beat, I ain't gonna make that jump?
I feel like my role last year, following number one wide receiver, I feel like there's not too many risks you can take. So, I mean, I feel like depending on what my role is moving forward, depending on the flow of the game, what I'm being called to do, I feel like calls for different techniques and different, like you said, risks you can take. But I definitely don't think that there was too many more risks that I can take last year, always having that prime matchup.
Isn't that a fascinating thing that, because he's guarding the number one wide receiver week to week, he feels like it limited his chances to take risk. And I can kind of buy that because of the fact that other cornerbacks on the team were not exactly playing well. So he felt like, I need to, not fuck up, because that other guy over there probably is going to fuck up. What do you think about that?
I thought the guy that, what did you think his name is again? That asked the question?
Howard. His last name is Howard. Yes.
Man, I felt like I fixated in my head on his question more so than the answer.
It was,
because if you present your opinion is being fact in the question.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're right. I mean, it's
that kind of, usually you're going to get, depending on who you ask that.
Yeah.
Again, imagine if someone would have asked Jay Cutler that.
Yeah.
And presented their opinion as being fact, or is anyone like that? It doesn't even have to be someone that doesn't matter, that will fucking tell you to go fuck yourself. But most veterans won't put up with that. They'll just, call him out. So I'm surprised. I mean, like that dude, like he asks a lot of questions like that. Maybe some people praise them, but he can find himself without a credential.
Well, that's interesting. I do think, and again, I cut these for time a little bit. He did set up the question by pointing out some of the things he loved about Jalen. But then he added that, but I thought he did say, it was his perception. So I understand, Dan, what you're saying, because he kind of crossed that journalistic line where you should be presenting facts on stuff. And so it's interesting that you say that, because there was a portion of this where Jalen wanted to know some facts when he was asked about the fact he was told, you played well, but the pass defense sucked. What did you think about that? And so this is how that exchange went, about a minute and a half here.
You had a good season individually, but what was it like to go through a season where the secondary as a whole struggled and the pass defense was not very good?
What made our pass defense not very good?
All the numbers say that it wasn't very good.
What did we finish as a team in passing defense?
31st.
Which one? Yeah.
Just total passing defense?
You could look at passer rating, you could look at completion percentage, you could look at touchdowns, you could look at a lot.
I'm really asking what was the numbers.
I have to pull it up for you. I know it's all around that area. Most of those categories, it was in the bottom 5. Do you feel like the pass defense was good last season?
Oh, I just didn't know the numbers. I mean, it's easy to say we weren't good, but I wanted to know numbers.
The opposing pass rating was 103.3. That was the worst.
And what was your question?
What was the experience like going through that when you were having a very good individual season, but the group as a whole was struggling throughout?
I felt like I was struggling too. I mean, I think they were all in it together. So, I mean, we just got to be on one page. I feel like a lot of things were more mental than physical things. I don't think there was ever too many times where there were like bad matchups, but I feel like we lost the game in playing a certain technique that wasn't applicable at that time, or just kind of having mental errors. So, I mean, definitely cleaning those things up. I feel like we felt like we could have did a lot better throughout that season when we left the building last year.
And I found that fascinating. I mean, he was right to question, well, why was our pass defense? And then when they threw the numbers at him, a 105.3, a 103.5 passer rating on the entire defensive secondary, the worst in the National Football League. I know you don't have access to the video, Dan, but his expression, he was like, he put this face on where it was like, holy shit, that is fucking bad.
I thought that it was very cool of him to own it, though, in the sense that he was like, well, I'm just paraphrasing, I don't want to misquote him, but he was basically saying, well, I was bad too. It's not just the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. That is leadership there.
Yes, absolutely. The guy started off the question by saying you played well, but the rest of the defense, and he took ownership. If the defense didn't play well, then I own that too. So that was really good.
Yeah, I like that. But the truth is, at least in my opinion, if I'm going to be like that reporter, but I'll say in my opinion, maybe Jalen Johnson's play suffered because of Vildor and Duke Shelley and those guys. I mean, just being backups at the absolute best, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. This is Jordan saying, I mean, let's be consistent. He held Devontae Adams in check for most of game 1 until they moved Adams into the slot. Absolutely. And Jalen Johnson last year in one of the press conferences was asked about playing the slot, and he says, I got a lot to learn about it, and I'm looking forward to learning about it. So that's a good point. And Jordan goes on to say, let's be consistent and talk about how Jalen was masterful and press ball on Jamar Chase and forced Joe Burrow into a pick. Good points, Jordan. As always, good stuff. All right. I've got more sound bites, but what I want to do now, there is a gentleman by the name of the Tooch, Johnny Santucci. I want to bring him in here, and then I want to run and take a fucking piss because it's really getting bad here. Let's see. How do I do this? Let's bring him in, and then let's get rid of this graphic, and then we should see our man. Johnny Santucci, how are you?
Hello, folks. Glad to be on my favorite podcast in the world.
A lot of other people have been saying that too. Thank you, Nomad, for saying that, and others.
That's great.
Tucha, you and Dan take it over. I need about a 2-minute break.
All right.
Well, Tooch, I hope you can make it to that Miami game weekend that we were talking about.
Yes, I will travel out whether I go to the game or not, just to see my man Dan. and give him a big hug. And yes, I will drive out for that. Always love coming back to the Chicago area.
Well, I hope you can go to the game too. I mean,
yeah, I will do my best. A couple more winning nights on tonight. Looks like the Heat are coming back, so that's good news for me. They were down big first half. You've been following the NBA playoffs at all?
I've watched a couple of games here or there. I don't have enough time to watch the regular season thoroughly, so the playoffs feel a little bit flat to me, but it's only because of my inattention to it. Just seeing all that green between the Celtics and Bucks made me want to vomit, though. I mean, I really have an aversion to green, and I guess that's why I hate the Packers even more.
Yeah, and tonight's game, man, the Celtics really took it to them in the first half. Miami Heat came out, and the Celtics have only scored 2 points in the second half. So I don't know what sort of what was going on.
Did you say they only scored 2 points and a half?
I mean, in the third quarter so far. There's
I thought you meant the entire half. I was like, God damn, that's got to be a record.
After halftime, they've come out and
I got you.
6 minutes have gone by, and they've only scored 2 points. And the Heat have scored 20. So looking good here. I like the matchups. You know, you've got the Heat and Celtics. And then you've got the tomorrow night Mavericks and Warriors. That'll be a good series. Luka Doncic, man, he's something else. If folks have been watching,
I bet Golden State wins another one.
Yeah, Golden State's going to be tough. They're awful tough at home. Mavericks ended up really spanking the Suns. It looks. I don't know what happened to the Suns. They got blown out at home. They're so good at home. And Dallas blew them out by more than 20 points. Crazy. Here we go. We've got over under Bears W's at 6.5. Man, that's a tough. That number is really sharp. I think they'll be right at about 6 or 7. So, man, if I had, it's going to be awful tough, Jordan, because you've got basically a quarterback who's kind of a rookie. Now, I mean, he didn't really get much of a rookie season under Matt Nagy. We're talking Bears W's, although early Jordan had a question. So I thought that number's pretty sharp. I think they'll be right at around 6 or 7. You know, they could surprise, of course, and I know lots of optimism among Bears fans and stuff, seeing this coaches talk and seeing some of the players and enthusiasm going around. But man, what worries me is Justin Fields. This is really kind of his rookie year, you know. And then Darnell Mooney's probably going to see the number one corner on every defense we face. So someone opposite Darnell Mooney has got to stand up. I don't really have a lot of faith in who's over there. Maybe it's Velus Jones or maybe it's Byron Pringle, but man, I'm not confident there. I would love to say
ahead of Equi. How do you say it again, Aldo?
I don't know what you're talking
EQ.
about.
EQ, wide receiver.
Equanimous St. John.
St. Brown.
St. Brown.
I think he's going to be sneaky good for us.
I too agree with that. There was somebody on social media who said,
I hope so.
Who said that EQ was the type of guy who was just ready to burst out, and now he's going to have that chance here without a quarterback who has biases. You know, he was always looking for Devontae Adams. Somebody could be wide open down the middle of the field, and he would just always force it to Devontae Adams, particularly during tough times in the game, just going to that one guy where the defense knows, okay, he's going to go to Devontae Adams, so let's double and triple team him, and then there's a wide open Lazard or St. Brown in the middle of the field.
That's what Brett Favre used to always do in his early days when they had Sterling Sharp.
Yes, he did, which is, you know, what you would expect out of young quarterbacks. You know, they have that one player that they go to during difficult times.
But Rodgers is almost 40.
Exactly. What Dylan has a great question here for you and for the Tooch. Tits or ass?
Both.
Yeah.
Want to be
why
greedy,
make the
man.
man choose? Right?
Tits, ass, lips.
I'm gonna go with, if you wanted me to select one, I'm
If I
gonna go
had
with
to choose.
You're gonna go with what, Dan?
the boobage.
The
Give me the
boobage.
breasts.
All right.
Yeah, it's easier to suck on tits than suck on ass. Is that fair?
I will go with breast being an A cup to like, this is so big, we don't know how to quantify the size and everything in between. The only thing I don't really like is when they have those massive areolas.
You don't like that?
The really, really big areolas kind of,
Oh, I
don't know.
I love that when they got like multiple nipples.
God.
All righty. Yeah. I got some more audio I'd love to play for you guys.
Can I just say one thing about the Jalen Johnson?
I thought you were going to talk about multiple nipples.
Something about multiple nipples.
Superfluous. That's the man with the golden gun. Remember Scaramanga had a superfluous nipple, Aldo? In Bond, the man with the golden gun. He had a third nipple.
I vaguely remember that. I remember. I think I remember masturbating to that when I was 6 years old.
The Jalen did it. I mean, I found Jalen Johnson to be a bit defensive. Possibly, I had a hard time looking past the chip on his shoulder. But yeah, I mean, some of the questions he was like really like, losing patience with the questioners.
See, I didn't get that.
Okay, I did.
I got that a little more actually with Eberflus. It was like, you guys have been asking me the same fucking questions. And
yeah, but kind of it was kind of more like I thought he took some of those. Jalen Johnson took some of those questions personally.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I do think, like Dan said, that man. Again, I apologize, Mr. Howard. I don't for not remembering your full name and where you work from, but I thought that he took exception to the 2 or 3 questions he was asked by him, because there was a characterization about his play.
Yeah.
And then bringing up the whole Eberflus was like giddy about Kyler Gordon, but it wasn't quite giddy about you. What do you think about that? And he said, I don't think anything about it. So it was interesting. It was very reality show like at today's press conference. But the one guy who brought it all back to football normalcy, but also offered some very impressive sound bites, was Lucas Patrick, the offensive lineman signed to be the center. Let's begin with him talking about the advice that he has for the other rookies who were drafted, offensive linemen who were drafted in the 7th round. And then he's asked about setting a tone. What's his responsibility like for setting the tone for these rookies and other offensive linemen?
Every day, get better and compete and get tough. So fired up that our GM is a former offensive lineman, because I think he gets it to the core what it takes to build an offensive line. And it's tough competition, smart, just like guys who love football and like just want to compete. And I think it's great. I mean, bring 30 guys in. Like, we can only have 5, and it's only going to push guys further. It's going to push me further. I'm going to push other guys further. I can't think of a better scenario, even for me as a veteran, having so many young guys that, they see different things, or they're asking me questions, and I got to be even more on top of my game and what I know mentally, because I know they're going to ask a ton of questions, and I have to be right. So it all around, there's a ton of great things.
He expressed a couple months ago his confidence in you as a tone setter. I'm curious if you could describe for us what that means to you, just to be able to instill the edge in that group up there.
Yeah, I mean, football's played a certain way. It's not a contact sport; it's a collision sport, and we as the offensive line have 2 duties on whether it's a run or pass. If it's a run, we're denting the defense. If it's a pass, we're setting a wall, and like that's the expectation that every man should have when they put on a Chicago Bears helmet as an offensive lineman.
Guys, do you have a hard-on just like I do?
Yeah, but I'm still worried about right guard.
Yeah.
I mean, they signed another tackle the other day, which again, I don't know if it's a camp body or maybe he was I forget his name, but he's a 3rd round pick. So, okay. Maybe he's got some kind of talent there. Maybe as a backup, maybe who knows, maybe as a starter. I don't know. But I wish that they would sign another fucking guard. Like I keep thinking I don't want to pick on Mustafa because when he came in at center, we had nothing at the time. But overall, it's like he just wasn't good enough to start in this league. And what makes you think he's going to be good enough to be the right guard?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, that is still an issue. But there are going to be players available after June 1st.
I sure fucking hope so.
Yeah. So you're right. I mean, it could all be scrubs available June 1st, but hopefully there's somebody there that's going to bring in more competition, or hopefully we're going to see improved play from some of the guys who are holdovers. Tooch,
if I told you right now, I'm sorry, you're about to ask John a question,
sorry.
but I'll ask John or yourself. If I told you, of course, it's a moot point, but if I said the starting right guard is going to be Alex Bars or Sam Mustafa, I would be more excited for Bars. How about you?
But Bars he's not on the anymore.
I
Right?
know. That's what I'm saying. It's a moot point.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But they let Bars leave. That's what I'm saying. I would rather he start at right guard than Sam Mustafa.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta believe there's a plan there by Poles because he's an offensive lineman. I mean, if they don't come up with a starting offensive line that looks that performs at least an average or above average level for NFL offensive lines, then maybe I'll start believing these theories that, they just threw fucking Justin Fields out there because they don't give a shit about him because he's really not their guy. Maybe I'll start believing that. But I believe that they care about Justin Fields, that they believe in Justin Fields, and that they will, when that first game lines up, that there will be 5 offensive linemen that we will say, these guys can play together.
I hope so.
Tooch?
Yeah, I mean, we also don't know what sort of June 1st cuts will be out there as far as guard. I mean, I'm sure that's at least plan A or plan B for Ryan Poles. It's just seeing if someone drops.
It's either that or a hurt, right?
Yeah. Yep. I think, I mean, Dan's right. We don't have right guard is kind of a hole right now.
Okay, it is. I mean, well, right guard. What about left tackle?
Right guard, left tackle. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm reluctant to give the Bears more than 7 wins. Right now, because I don't know whether or not we're overrating the offensive line. I don't know whether we're overrating the defensive line either. We haven't made any effort to re-sign Akeem Hicks, right? For all we know, the defensive line might have just as many holes as the offensive line. So
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, with Quinn there, and I mean, even that 3 tech. I think they've got 2 decent players that can play that 3 tech. I think the bigger issue here is the offensive line. And Cody Lipscomb says Thomas, Whitehair, Patrick, Borum, and Jenkins from left to right. Having that rookie at left tackle, I'm not buying that. I just don't think that will happen. I think if anything, they'll put Jenkins there. But I do think that the idea of Borum at right guard is a possibility. And Jordan, who's been studying this ad nauseum, says, I'll never quite understand how people can see Borum and Jenkins in their rookie year and say, oh, crap, we have 2 void holes. I agree with you, Jordan, but it's not like they've proven anything, And Patrick, Lucas was asked about Tevin and Borum, but prior to that, he was asked about what advice he's giving to the rookies.
Playing fast. So I think that's the toughest thing to adjust the NFL because all these guys have, the talent, the speed, the physicality, but it's applying that inside the scheme of football and being able to play fast. So, I know there's a lot of people who study 40s and everything, but you can have a guy who runs a 5.4 at O-line and a 4.8, and the 5.4 guy's going to play faster because he knows what he's doing. He knows what the defense is going to do and can anticipate the snap count and get off the ball and get to his assignment. So I think that's the toughest thing because there's so much information, like so many nuances in our offense, and then you're facing a different defense possibly each week, and you have to be able to know stuff like the back of your hand.
What about 2 second-year guys, and Larry and Tevin? How do you see them settling in, building confidence on your edges there?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing everything we're asking of them right now. I mean, they're working hard. They're adapting to the new offense. They're just grinding. I mean, this is the time where I'll say as a player, you want to just get bigger, faster, stronger, and focus on your details of your technique. And each day they're coming out there and putting their best foot forward.
That's all you can say at this point, I mean, and you're asking a guy who's playing, for his evaluation on other guys. That isn't always an easy question to answer, although these guys do look at tape. But I assume that Lucas is looking at his own performance before he's looking at the performances of others. But it was interesting the way that question was framed by Adam Johns. He said the 2 edge guys. So perhaps what Adam Johns saw in practice was Borum and Jenkins playing the tackle positions. So that's interesting. What does Jordan say here? That's where I'm at, Cliff. Tevin actually gets an off season this year. He, like Fields, has no real meaningful reps in training camp. Borum held his own against Watt, Bosa, Gary, Smith, etc. You're absolutely right. I mean, this is their first real camp for those guys that were drafted last season, and so hopefully they'll acclimate themselves to this offense quickly. We can count on them as starters. I don't give a fuck what position they play. As long as we have the 5 best guys playing at the offensive line position and they're playing it at a high level, I'm happy. All right, I got one more from our guy, and I love this soundbite. This is him talking about Luke Getsy, the offensive coordinator, who, of course, he knew very well at Green Bay.
Unshakable.
Beyond that tells you that.
I think that's a pretty good one-word answer on that one.
I'll follow up with that a little bit, though. Have you seen stuff from Getsy that has shown you that he's ready for this job, for this opportunity, and to guide this offense?
Every time I've seen him work with players, I've seen them progress. In the wide receiver room he started with in Green Bay, I mean, a bunch of studs that he made better went into that QB room, and I'm pretty sure that guy won an MVP. Now he's coming to be our OC. I mean, everything he does he does well, and he's like a really good person, and it's really easy to go and run through a brick wall for a coach that you believe in.
The idea that I lost my train of thought. Lucas Patrick is awesome, Jordan. But talking about Getsy, the fact that I could have done a better job of setting up that soundbite. He was asked, "What's your belief in Luke Getsy?" And he said, "Unshakable." And that one-word answer, he said it all right there. The guy is a lot of people are already talking about Getsy as a potential head coaching candidate after the 2022 season. So we'll see if that bears out. But if it does, it means only good things in terms of the performance of the Bears offense this year. Although I know that Dan is not happy about the idea of losing our offensive coordinator after just 1 year.
The great Getsy, you gotta hold on to him. I think he's going to help our man Fields.
There you go. All right, guys, that concludes our offensive line stuff. I want to talk about a bunch of other things that have been happening in sports but first of all, I want to ask you guys, is there any particular topics you want to cover over this next 45 minutes while we have Dan?
I wanted to ask you guys a question. A lot of the signings that Ryan Poles, I can't get past this. Well, a lot of the signings that Ryan Poles has made are I think, Aldo, you mentioned, they're kind of like 1 year rent-a players, like journeymen, and that doesn't, it doesn't build a lot of confidence for me as far as this team as far as this team competing for like a playoff spot this year, you know, this year's kind of just let's just see what we have with Justin Fields. Let's let him grow. Let's let these coaches who are maybe in their position, like first time as an offensive coordinator, first time as a defensive coordinator. Let's let these rookie defensive backs, you know, throw them out there, let them play, and let's see what else we have. You know, I can't get past the fact that this year kind of seems a little throwaway. You know, I could be wrong. I'm definitely excited for this. I want to sound like, you know, but although you and I have been Bears fans for so long that I just can't get past this. Maybe Dan and you can help me off the ledge.
Well, Dan is perfect at doing that because he has been Mr. Optimism since Matt Nagy was released.
Right. I mean, that's a bonus for sure. I'm not
for sure. What do you say, Dan?
Yeah, he's playing the tight salary cap, so he's doing what he can. Maybe 1 year prove it deals, and we'll take care of you in the off season if you earn your deal. Otherwise, we have to do what we're precluded, a little handcuffed because of the salary cap for this season. But right now, I mean, all things equal, I'm somewhat happy. We need a fucking right guard though,
and a left tackle.
Yeah,
we might have that with Borum. We may have that.
I'm high on Borum too. I know Jordan is in the chat room. He's also high on Borum at left tackle. That's what I said. I've said that for a couple shows. I think that Larry Borum might be our best left tackle on this roster.
But wouldn't you like to see some competition at that left tackle position? So who are the guys competing for that position? Borum and Jenkins, 2 second-year guys.
Maybe Braxton Jones.
Braxton Jones, the 5th rounder. You know, I'm impressed by his words and a little bit of tape that I've seen on Braxton Jones. But it's not like, you know, a veteran who you can say, okay, that position is fine. Let's move on. Let's talk about other stuff.
What about the guy they just signed?
No, he's just a camp body. He's always been a backup. I forgot his name, but he's
Sean Wallace or
yeah, whatever. I don't think he factors in at this at all.
Do you see the Bears signing a veteran left tackle off the street?
No, I mean, it's like signing a veteran left tackle off the street. They were really fucking lucky last year with the future Hall of Famer, but that's rare. I don't think you can. It's highly unlikely they'll be able to find a left tackle off the street who you can say, okay, we are fine. Nah, Jordan's is saying Dwayne Brown, who played with Seattle Seahawks last season. He's somebody that Danny Shinman has been pounding the table on. He is a stud. So you're right, Jordan. But you got to wonder what's going on here. Why hasn't he been re-signed by Seattle? Are they thinking, hey, we're into strictly rebuilding, and so we don't want to give anybody a multi-year contract, somebody at that age and so forth? So it's a bit difficult. Renewable and rechargeable review. What a great moniker. It says Whitehair's replacement probably was just drafted. I agree. I don't think Whitehair is going to be around after this season because there's a good potential out on his contract, and so he will probably be moved. Jordan says the issue, Aldo, is that Poles doesn't want old players. Look at his signings. He is acting like he's allergic to players over 30. That is indeed the issues. I think this is a rebuild, and so what he wants to do is pile up as many assets, draft picks, and money for next season so that he can make that great big push. But that's not to say this team can't be competitive in 2022. A lot of these guys that have been signed, like the offensive lineman that we just heard, like Dan said about EQ, St. Brown from the Packers, and Brian Pringle and so forth. These guys, even Tajon Sharp, and I know I'm mispronouncing his first name. These guys are all guys who can surprise us and can play at a high level. And again, it gets back to how good are these coaches? How good can they teach this offense? How quickly can these guys learn this offense and start committing, delivering explosive plays and hopefully wins for us? So
thankfully, Mike Furry's gone. So we have a wide receiver coach that maybe can do some good.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dan, because that is another knock on Matt Nagy. You know, he kept his buddy. He fired other people who probably didn't deserve to be fired, but he always kept his buddy. And despite the fact that the result,
the worst.
He was. I mean,
the worst.
I would love to get Anthony Miller on this show to ask him, you know, how badly did Mike Furry fuck up your career?
Nagy would only hire bald men like himself.
Right. Go ahead.
Tell Steven we're giving Byron Pringle his 8th chance.
Yeah, we're giving him another
last
chance.
week.
Yes. Yeah. Paul's has gone on a limb saying I trust this guy, so let's give him another chance. All right. Listen, guys, I didn't know we were going to have this great press conference with so many cool sound bites and so forth. I was planning on playing a match game. But what I'd like to do now is maybe just give a tease to the match game. And then either next week or later in the off season here, we'll play the game in full. And what I'd like to do is invite some of the Barflies to compete in this match game. So more details on that, but let's get a little taste of what the game feels like and looks like. So I am going to ask Dan to be the person who will respond last to this question. I'm going to ask Tooch to be the first to respond last to this question. And if there is a match, Tooch, if you match the answer that Dan gives, then you win a prize.
Right.
So are both of you guys familiar with the match game?
I am not.
Really?
Wink Martindale? Is that the host?
Gene Rayburn.
Rayburn, okay.
Gene Rayburn, he had the long microphone, and Charles Nelson Riley and a bunch of other has-been actors would be part of the panelists. So, Dan, I will ask you a question. I will ask both of you a question, and then leave part of the sentence. It's not a question. I will read to you a sentence, and part of the sentence there will be a blank, and then you guys have to fill in what that blank is. So if I were to say, "Hey, go fuck blank," you're go fuck blank. You would then, of course, say self, right? Go.
Or the famous one from Howard Stern's movie Private Parts with Robin Quivers on FM radio saying "blank Willow."
Yeah,
blank Willow. She said, "The only thing on my mind, Gene, is pussy."
That's perfect. That was a perfect example. So okay,
I got it.
There we go. The first one up is, let me find it here first. Here it is. Carlos. Get rid of that Cliff Victoria thing there, Tooch. Carlos had an odd dream. He saw Eddie Jackson dressed as a bullfighter unsuccessfully trying to tackle ball carriers. After every missed tackle, Eddie would say blank. All right, so that's the sentence. Tooch is going to come up with the first response, and then if Dan, I'm trusting you, Dan, that you're not going to purposely change your response to match Tooch. If
you want me to text it now?
Yeah, text it to me now, and
right.
Tooch is thinking about it. Boy, I can see Tooch off camera here. He is writing something down.
Tell me the way the sentence structure again, the very last part leading up to the question.
I'll read it all for you. Carlos had an odd dream. He saw Eddie Jackson dressed as a bullfighter unsuccessfully trying to tackle ball carriers. After every missed tackle, Eddie would say blank.
Does it have to be one word?
No, it can be multiple words.
All right.
Phrase. So I'll play this sound effects music. Boom, 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 boom. All right, lock in your answers. And Dan, I'm expecting a text from you in a second. That's not it. I got a text from Patrick Finley of all people.
All right, it's coming now.
All right, so Tooch, tell me, what is your answer to this? Carlos had an odd dream. He saw Eddie Jackson dressed as a bullfighter unsuccessfully trying to tackle ball carriers. After every missed tackle, Eddie would say,
"Ole."
Ole, let's hear it. That's exactly what I was thinking when I wrote that, but unfortunately, that's not what Tooch said. Anyway.
Dan and I didn't match up, huh?
No. Tooch, excuse me, Dan, you want to say your response?
I didn't go with one word. I said Eddie would say, "Fuck it, I got paid."
That's how the game is played.
Gotcha.
All right, so I think Tooch, you are getting maybe a sense here that Dan is not going to go with the obvious response. Let's go to question number 2. If Matt Nagy were a priest, he'd think he was God because of his blank ego. If Matt Nagy were a priest, he'd think he was God because of his blank ego. So, Dan, you are working on that. I see Tooch. He's contemplating. He's scratching his head. He's got a pencil in his mouth. Oh, my God. He's moving the pencil in and out of his mouth. What is going on here, Tooch? Dan has sent me his response. And so now, Tooch, it's up to you. Give me a, oh, God, passcode. Oops. Give me your response, Tooch.
Do I have to read the line again?
If Matt Nagy were a priest, he'd think he was God because of his blank ego.
Infinite.
Ooh, that was a good one. But unfortunately, I don't think Dan matched that. Dan, what's your response?
Narcissistic.
If Matt Nagy were a priest, he'd think he was God because of his narcissistic ego. See, now, I thought that the better response would have been because of his alter ego. Alter, priest, get it?
Oh, good pun.
Very good. Yep.
I'm a punster. All right, question number 3. And I can tell this game is probably not going to be anything submitted for an Emmy. During their last meeting, Ryan Pace reminded George McCaskey that he was like a father to him. McCaskey replied, "And you are blank." Dum, 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 dum. During their last meeting, Ryan Pace reminded George McCaskey that he was like a father to him. McCaskey replied, "And you are..."
Who again?
I'm sorry, Tooch, just say that again.
And you are who again?
That's good. And Dan, your response?
My response was, "You are still fired."
That's good. Both of you guys. My thinking behind it was, "And you are..." Okay, let me read the whole thing because I think it'll be funny that way. During their last meeting, Ryan Pace reminded George McCaskey that he was like a father to him. McCaskey replied, "And you are a son of a bitch."
You are still fired is the best.
Yes, I agree. All right. In the beginning of Matt Nagy's coaching career in Chicago, he would tell his players to be you. By the end of his career in Chicago, players were telling him blank. Okay, again, in the beginning of Matt Nagy's coaching career in Chicago, he would tell his players to be you. But at the end of his career, by the end of his career in Chicago, players were telling him blank. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Tooch, what is your response?
Shut up, you phony.
And Dan, yours?
I was typing it to you. I'll just say it then. They were telling him to give up the play calling.
Yes.
Those are better than mine, where I said by the end, okay, in the beginning of Matt Nagy's coaching career in Chicago, he would tell his players to be you. By the end of his career in Chicago, players were telling him, fuck you. All right, and finally, we come to a merciful end. Former quarterback Jay Cutler was such a bad leader that instead of firing up his team, he would blank. Former quarterback Jay Cutler was such a bad leader that instead of firing up his team, he would blank.
Fire up a doobie.
That was supposed to be a cigarette that he smoked, right?
Yeah, that was
Smoking Jay, even though
Right.
he didn't smoke.
That's right. And it was actually Aaron Rodgers who did the kind of toking thing on an audible or play call and stuff. So he was the one that was the Doobie Meister. I believe Aaron Rodgers is a toker just based on how he's been conducting himself over the last few years. But yeah, exactly. So Dan, your response to that?
All right, I'm sorry. Jay Cutler was a bad leader, which is, again, an opinion, but Jay Cutler was a bad leader. No, what was the rest of it?
Instead of firing up his team, he would blank.
Jay would. I'm thinking, man. I know. Give me a second here. Give me a couple seconds.
Let's see if anybody in the chat has some good responses. Smoking Jay, based on his dad, and get smacked around a locker room. Smoke some pole. That's the winner right there. Smoke some pole. Stephen me. I knew you would.
Jay would fertilize another egg.
School Swag said, stare into space. Stephen Me, smoke some pole. Nomad, get smacked around in the locker room. So got a lot of good ones. All right. So if you guys think that this is worth pursuing, we might do it in the near future and hand out some prizes. Tuch, I'm going to send you something special. So send me your address again. After this.
That was fun.
I got a gift for you. All right, guys, it is time with about 35 minutes to go to start talking about some of the things that we liked on the Boob Tube, streaming. Have you gone to the movie theater? Anything that you want to share? Let's get our minds off of the Chicago Bears for a half hour and talk about entertainment. Dan, I'll start with you. Anything that you like that you want to share, or anything that you dislike and want to warn us about?
I've been busy, but again, I've been trying to get you to watch Gaslit on Stars. It focuses mainly on the guy who is playing John Dean, and of course Julia Roberts is playing the Attorney General's wife, Martha Mitchell. So it's mainly focusing on Martha Mitchell and John Dean, and the guy who's playing G. Gordon Liddy's doing a really great job as well. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's very good. Sean Penn's playing the Attorney General, Mr. Mitchell, but you would never know that because he's clearly in a fat suit. And I think it's good shit, man. If you like your history, and I know you do, I still highly recommend the show. It's on Stars. Additionally, I tried to watch this old movie from the early 70s. I think it's called the Odessa File. About I think it's gonna go. I don't know. I fell asleep on it last night. I think that they're gonna try to go. It's in the early 70s, and Angelina Jolie's dad is in it, John Voight.
John Voight, excellent actor.
I think that the goal is to go and try to find Nazis that were still alive at that time and bring them to justice. Which just seems like it's been done a lot now, but this movie's 50 years old basically. And from what I could gather, it was good. I just couldn't stay awake, man.
Yeah, I remember that movie in 1972, says Wikipedia. And it was, according to them, about the adventures of a young German reporter attempting to discover the location of a former SS concentration camp commander. Good director. Who was it that directed this? Oh, wait a minute. I'm reading the book thing, so that's probably not the thing to do. Let me see the movie. Holocaust victim diary inspires a German reporter to embark on a dangerous hunt for post-war Nazis. So it appears like the movie has been changed a bit from the book. Ronald Neame is the director, and it got generally pretty good reviews. Above average spy adventure with a young John Voight, according to somebody named Steve Crum. You ever seen it, Tooch?
I think I have. I just don't remember. I mean, many years ago.
Yeah.
But I can't remember the details.
Yeah, I will definitely look out for that. Where'd you find that, Dan?
It was on Flicks.
Okay.
You know, it's in the Showtime package.
Right.
Before we veer off into someone else's pick, let me also remind you, French Connection 2 comes on again tomorrow on Stars. I saw it on the guide. If you still haven't watched it, I really want you to watch it. And a movie I've been telling you about for a long time that you haven't seen is coming on Turner Classic next week with Al Pacino as the IndyCar driver, Bobby Deerfield.
Yeah, I never saw that movie.
Yeah, and he's fucking the lady he would ultimately fuck in real life at the time, named Martha Keller, who was in Black Sunday.
Yeah, she
awesome. Played the Palestinian lady that Bruce Dern was with in Black Sunday and was really throwing it true in real life, which makes me incredibly jealous.
Yeah, you know what's funny about getting back to Bobby Deerfield is that movie, I want to say it was released after Serpico and after The Godfather. So,
and after Dog Day Afternoon.
So Pacino was on a roll. He was like the hottest actor in Hollywood in these fucking fantastic movies. And then Bobby Deerfield came out, and I said, yeah, I'll check it out. But I never got to the theater to check it out. And I was concerned that, watching it on TV with commercial breaks at the time, so it just escaped me. I've never seen it, but I definitely want to see Bobby Deerfield, Al Pacino as a race car driver, and he's fucking Martha Keller. Not a bad formula right there, too.
The imagery is pretty tremendous.
Well, the imagery of the racing, Dan, is tremendous, you say?
No. Not the racing. The racing is sort of, it's important, but not really. I mean, that's just kind of like a character.
Yeah.
That's his character, but they shoot all this stuff on location in European countries because he's a Formula One, I think so it's like, most of their races are not here. So you get all this vast landscape of areas that I've never gone to. So it's just the imagery, the actual cinematography is it's breathtaking.
I got to check it out. We are being asked if we have seen Steven Seagal's Asian Connection. I didn't even know Asian Connection, Grant. I didn't even know that was a new Steven Seagal movie, or was it an old one? I don't know. Steven Seagal made some really good movies early in his career, didn't he, guys? You guys agree with that?
I liked Marked for Death.
Yeah.
And Hard to Kill.
Above the Law. Executive.
Sharon Stone was in that.
Yep. A number of these early films were filmed in Chicago. And it was around the time that I was in college. And so I followed his career closely, and actually it was post-college, but nonetheless, he made
Under Siege,
another one. Yeah, that was a big box office hit too. And got good reviews. So that is an outstanding movie. Under Siege 2 is when things started to go badly for him.
Or that one with Michael Caine called On Deadly Ground. That was really awful.
Ooh, I've never seen that.
It was in Alaska. It's something about oil. It's from like 94. Oh, that movie was fucking awful. That's when I gave up on Seagal movies, I think. I don't think I ever watched Under Siege 2, Dark Territory. I don't think I ever watched that.
Cliff asks, what's the first image in your mind when you say the name Sharon Stone?
The pussy and Basic Instinct.
Now she has said that she was assured by the director who was the name of the director, Tooch? I know you remember. He's the guy that did RoboCop and Paul Verhoeven.
Paul Verhoeven.
Verhoeven. Yeah, she said that she was assured that her vagina and pubic hair would not be seen. So she then relaxes and does the scene where she crosses her leg, and it's the most freeze-framed moment in DVD history.
You should see my VHS tape back in the day when I was like 13. That's when all the lines had come through the tape where I'd paused it all those times beaten off.
And I remember Mr. Skin was on the Howard Stern show. Mr. Skin, for those people who don't know, he's a guy that reviews sex scenes in Hollywood movies. And he says that when the Blu-ray came out for that movie, Basic Instinct, that really showed the fine detail of the pubic hair that she displayed for audiences, not willingly apparently, but I actually own the Blu-ray on that, but I've never put it to the test because I'm afraid my wife might catch me in the middle of it. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. All right. What else? Tooch, what have you seen lately?
I saw Old. Aldo, that M. Night Shyamalan beach.
Yeah, what'd you think?
That was good.
I thought it was
entertaining,
good too.
Yeah, it was really good.
Danny,
Great
you haven't seen
cast.
it, right?
What's that?
Dude makes some horrible fucking movies. I don't want to.
Oh, you kid, come on.
That's a typical M. Night Shyamalan movie. You know, it's the couple twists thrown in there here and there, an interesting concept.
Very
yeah, it was interesting. It's kind of like you ever see The Cabin in the Woods?
Yes.
It sucked.
Yeah, I have to agree with Dan on that one.
It's like the same thing where it's like there's observers, you know, like it's part of an experiment. You know, it's great.
But Old, it was intriguing because it all takes place on this beachfront. These people have been lured there, and they start to get old. I mean, over a 24-hour period, they age dramatically. And so you're thinking to yourself, how the fuck is this going to end? You know, is there going to be some miracle cure, or are these people going to die and so forth? So it keeps your interest on that. And Dan, I don't quite agree with you on M. Night Shyamalan. I think some of his movies have been big misses, but some of them have been really, really good. And some of the ones that have been criticized, I found to be pretty good. So, for instance, The Village. You guys ever see The Village?
Yeah.
I did not.
Well, what the fuck, Dan? What have you seen of M. Night Shyamalan?
All right, I'm pulling up the.
Okay.
I hated The Sixth Sense.
Signs was good.
I hated Devil, and the one with the guy with the, I think it was called Split.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hated that. I absolutely dreadful hated it. Wow. I can't think of one movie this guy's ever made that I like.
Really?
Not one.
Jeez. All right,
well. I hated Unbreakable. I didn't watch Glass. I hated The Sixth Sense. Hated Split. Let's see, I'm looking at a list now. I didn't watch Signs. The Happening, I mean, it had Wahlberg. That was okay, I guess. That's the best of the bunch. I hated Devil. I didn't see Lady Water. I didn't see Stuart Little. I just don't like
Little?
This guy. It was on the list on Google when I was looking at it.
I'm with Jordan. I like M. Night. Tooch, what's your verdict on M. Night? Yes or no?
I think Old is one of his better ones, I gotta say. I mean, Signs and I forget the name of the comic book one. I think it is Unbreakable.
Unbreakable, yes.
Yeah, that was okay. Sixth Sense was, you know, his kind of breakout. Mm-hmm. You know, his first movie. He hasn't really topped that though, you know.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Dan didn't like Sixth Sense. What was it about the Sixth Sense that you didn't like, Dan?
I didn't like that little boy, for one, who is still acting. He's much different now. Yeah. He's like 350 pounds. Not that I'm mocking him. He's extremely different. But I felt like the whole movie, I thought that Bruce Willis was dead, like right from the get-go.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it at the theater, man. And my date at the time, who was so different from who she was back then, at the time, we both hated it. Who knows now? She probably loves it. But in 2000, we both thought it was a dud movie. We both fucking hated it.
Wow. I don't know, man. I will say that when I saw it in the theater, I started to think, wow, this is stretching on a little too long. We need for something to happen here. And just as I was saying that in my mind, all of a sudden, boom, it's revealed what the secret is, which I think now after 30 years, we can probably reveal that Bruce Willis is dead. He was shot early in the movie, and it's his ghost that's been hanging out. But I thought it was a good movie overall, and it's one of those films that you kind of appreciate the second and third time you see it, because you see all these clues that M. Night laid out for you during the course of the film to let you know that he was in fact dead. But fucking Dan, man, he figured it out as soon as he saw the credits.
Yeah, we both did. The date I had, we both were in agreement that Bruce Willis was dead at the time. And like I said, I don't think I've watched it since then, but both of us just hated it. And again, those other movies I've listed, I hated equally. So why see it anymore? I mean, I think his style sucks. I just don't like it.
Well, I'll tell you, I figured it out maybe, I don't know, halfway or 2/3 of the way through the movie, but I haven't gone back and watched it because I don't want to be reminded how dumb I am. all the clues were there. You know, it's like, I'm sure if you go back and watch it a second time, you're like, they're actually telling you that he's dead.
That's right.
You know, right?
You're absolutely right, dude. It's so true. By the way, Darren, that date that you took to see The Sixth Sense, you want to tell us anything about the sex afterwards?
Yeah. She's the one that I got. Remember the road stop story I had for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was her.
Oh, share that again for us, please. Hold on, let me get my lotion.
No, I got stuck in a police road check, and I was getting head. And I didn't have any fucking pants on, man. I fucking, because like I just was frustrated and couldn't finish, you know. So I took off. I'd gone to a dinner with her parents, so I had khakis on, you know, and dress shoes, and took all that shit off trying to come, and then we go around a curve and we're stuck in a fucking traffic stop, like a DUI checkpoint.
Did you say DUI or DICK? Checkpoint.
I even know the date because it was her birthday. It was April 29th of 2000.
Jesus, man. I don't know how you can remember that. I can't even remember my present wife's birthday. April something.
I remember things well.
Yes, you do.
Date-wise and stuff without much struggle. I mean, it's just something that sticks in. Here goes one for you. 8 years ago today, I got married.
Oh, really?
Yeah, today would have been my wedding anniversary.
Wow. Well, I know how much you still care for her very much. So when this
she's a whore. No, no, yeah, I wish her well. Yeah, I do wish her well. Exactly. I do.
You have to, right? Jordan wanted to know, how did you not get caught during that the situation where you had your pants down around your
I did get caught. Like the officer comes up, and I'm trying to play it cool. This is 100% true. You know, he's got the fucking flashlight. They always had the flashlight.
Yeah, right.
And I managed to get like my drawers on, so it wasn't like the erect penis was out. The balls weren't out. But I did have like boxer briefs on. And so the guy, he says something. I think he was a redneck. Mm-hmm. The way I'm going to tell it, he was a redneck. That part's just, I don't remember for sure. But he goes, "Boys, he ain't got to stitch your clothes on." Which wasn't true, because I had on underwear, and like I said, I had a shirt on, I had a dress shirt on. And so he brings over like 3 other policemen. And they keep asking me, what's going on here? What's going on here? And I just kept saying nothing at all. I would not tell them. Out of just sheer stupidity, being 19 years old and scared, I was going down with the ship, man. I was lying. I was not going to say. They were not going to force me to say I was getting my dick sucked while driving. I just kept saying nothing, sir.
That's how you do it. Deny.
After about 5 minutes, I kept expecting them to make me get out and like walk the fucking line or something to prove I was sober.
Without
and do
pants?
it like with my drawers on to embarrass me. But after they checked out my license, and I assume made sure I didn't have warrants, they told me to get the fuck out of there, basically, which I was so thankful for. So yeah, it was a bad time, man.
Scary.
Dan's girlfriend was like, "Nothing, officer."
She was like,
she was butt ass naked when she was blowing me. Truth, butt ass naked, no fucking clothes on for real, and managed to get all of her shit back on before they saw anything. Like, she's fully clothed, had socks on and everything, shoes.
Wow.
Like I don't know what the fuck I was doing.
You had one job, Dan. You had one job. Get your pants back on. She got fully fucking dressed. You had one job.
I kept thinking that if they see me like moving around and shit, they might pull their weapon on me. You know, like I was trying to like be cool and let them see my hands and not seem like I was fidgeting. Because especially at that time, I was pretty afraid of the police. Now I feel like because I've worked at the at a police station for 3 years and dealt with them with 911, I kind of feel like, if you just are polite to them, generally speaking, they'll be polite to you. And that's obviously not true for all people and all races and everything.
Sure.
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be anti or pro police here. I'm just saying, I think it goes a long way if you just say, sir or ma'am, whomever's got you pulled over, even if you get the ticket.
So if that were,
just comply, and then there won't be any reason for the situation to get out of hand.
So if that were to happen today, how would you handle that?
Ooh, today I just wouldn't. I mean, I've been laid so many times, I wouldn't try that in the vehicle.
Really?
Nah, there's no reason to. Like back then, it's just like, fuck, I got to take you home at 10:30 and shit. Cause she's still in school and I just graduated. I'm a freshman in college. Like we went to high school together. So, I mean, I got to get her back home and it's like, fuck, I still want to get my dick sucked. Where are we going to do it? Why not while I'm driving? So, yeah, a long time ago.
Well, that's a great story. Tooch, tell us about the time that you got caught with your finger in your ass. No, I'm just kidding. Have you had any stories like that you'd like to share?
I never had any police trouble.
Never, huh?
No, not really.
Man, what a lucky guy.
Yeah.
I've got a story for if you want to hear one.
I'd love to hear
that.
One.
I've held back on the air because it sounds like I'm lying. But the shit really happened.
Okay.
I don't want to say names, but I can say names because it's a matter of public record to verify I'm telling the truth on the facts part of it, because this involves a murder. Ooh. It also involves a blowjob. And her name I've given her behind her back was the blowjob killer. So if you'd like to hear the blowjob killer.
Absolutely. I want to see the movie too.
Okay. I was working at a station. It was the second radio station I ever worked at. And they turned a house into a studio. So think of like your house, like your bedroom as a kid. You just go to the window, whatever, and people could look in. And then that's kind of the way the studio was. So people could just walk straight up. And the setup at that particular radio station, their mindset was you had to stand up while you were on the air. And we're completely live. There's no recording or voice tracking back then. And the idea is if you sat, you would get tired. Mm-hmm. So the mic was as tall as I am, and I'm standing up doing my thing. And I hear someone ruffling through the fucking like shades because it's near dusk and the sun is out. So I got them closed because it would be in my eye. And I don't cuss on air, thankfully. But I'm like, who the fuck was that? And I look over and it's this lady I've talked to. She identifies herself. I'm just going to say her name may have been Sonia, for example, maybe. And she was someone I had talked to she'd called in a few times. She'd hit on me like maybe 2 or 3 days in a row. And then I wouldn't hear from her again. So I didn't think there was anything like legitimate to her. She was just someone that was, talking a big game, but really didn't feel like she was ever going to follow through, Mm-hmm. So she looks good. She's dressed up. Asked me what I'm doing, asked me to go out with her that night. And I'm like, I can't, I got to work my other job. Back then I worked for Dish Network customer service and then the radio station. And I had to do both of them on a Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon. So this was a Friday night. So the idea was, okay, well, tomorrow night we're going to hook up. Mm-hmm. So, all right. So keep that in mind. Yeah. So at the time my cousin was living with me. So I'm like, what am I going to do? My cousin's there. And she makes some remark like the more the merrier. So I was like, oh, wow. So I told my cousin, I was like, maybe we'll do like what they do in those porns. Because again, I'm like 24 here. I'm like, maybe we'll do a gangbang on her. Maybe we'll both fuck her, man. He goes, I don't know about this. What'd she look like? And so long story short, she shows up the next day and it's completely different from the person that was there the night before. The night before, girl was dolled up, ready to go to the club. The next night, she's dressed like she's on her period in jogging pants and has some old, like dirty ass white Reeboks with the Velcro straps, and her jeans were tucked into the shoes and her hair was teased up. and she looked like a reject from a bad 80s music video. And to her face, my cousin goes, "Oh, I'm not fucking that." So before I can even think what's happening, what am I going to do to get out of this? I hear, and I'm like, "Oh fuck, who's here?" Because he and I have already been drinking the liquor. We've been drinking straight out of the bottle. We had to smear it off 100 proof gallon, which is just makes me sick even thinking about it now.
Yeah.
So I answer the door, and there's a child looking at me. I'm talking like 5th, 6th grade. And she goes, "Is my mother here?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I've got to get out of this situation. She has our fucking child here now."
Oh my goodness.
So she starts to tell me something along the lines of, "I promised my child some booze tonight, but I'm on parole." And now I'm really waking up thinking, I've got to get this bitch out of here. And then I open the door. I'm like, it's the police now, right? There's a kid here. There's something wrong. I'm doing something illegal. And the child has a friend. Now there are 2 minors in like 5th, 6th grade max looking at me to buy them alcohol. I'm like, I'm thinking there is no fucking way I'm buying these children booze or sharing what I have at all. So I got to get her out of here. So this is what I think at the time. I said, I told DJ, I was like, look, I'm just going to be mean. I'm going to be rude. I'm going to say something like I'm going to appall her. I'm going to make her slap me and she'll want to leave. So I said to her, something along the lines of, "You know what? I don't really want to go anywhere with you tonight at all. And I wish your kids would leave, but you could go suck my dick in the other room." Expecting her to like smack me in the face. So she says, "Okay." So now I'm at the like, "Oh, what do you mean okay?" Like, okay. Oh my God. So I go in there. She gets butt ass naked. She has the radio station name tattooed on her fucking ankle. That's how big of like P1 this woman is. She has the radio station logo, which I'm not going to say, but the station I work for, I'm like, how many other people has she fucked here? So she blows me, she leaves. I don't hear anything else about it. It thank God, right?
Mm-hmm.
About 6 months later, one of the other DJs at the time that was working there named Jeff, he goes, "Hey, Dan, did you hear what that Sonia," I'm not going to say her last name. He said her last name, what she did? And I was like, "I don't know who that is, Jeff." He goes, "Oh, yeah, I think you do." And I was like, "No, I swear I don't know who that is." He goes, "Yeah, she's got her logo tattooed." I was like, "Oh, yeah. She blew me once." He goes, "Well, did you read the paper?" And I was like, "No." He hands it to me. This woman was married. Not only was she married, she pushed her husband into oncoming traffic and he fucking died.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, there's more. So they're walking. I guess their vehicle broke down or something. She pushes him into the fucking highway. He gets hit. He's run over like a tune on Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is a terrible movie, by the way. But maybe he's flattened. She goes to jail, obviously. But along that way, I'm leaving out a huge detail. So I see that. I go to my apartment at the time. I still had an answering machine. Now, all this happened in like 2005. But now we're into 2006-ish when I find out she's murdered a guy. And I answer my answering machine, I had a message. And it's my former brother-in-law who quit talking to me after 30 years because I voted for Biden. Literally quit talking to me because I didn't vote for Trump. He just hates me now because I'm not a part of the cult. And anyway, on the answering machine, he says to me, I don't even know what to say this, but my cousin's wife murdered him today. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding, or the day before. So not only did I let this murderous fucking woman blow me, she was married to my brother-in-law's cousin.
Oh, are you serious? This is crazy.
I swear on my mom's grave. And she killed my brother-in-law's cousin. And the woman, and then I started following up, and there would be local, like whenever she was on trial, she would be there all dirty, her hair was all fucked up, and she would be she was saying that, trying to get leniency to the court, saying she had been molested as a kid and she had all this pent up anger and she's bipolar and all these. I'm like, I'm surprised when I said, oh, let's just go, you can just suck my dick in the other room. She didn't fucking murder me. Like, oh, you're just another guy that's just talking down to me or whatever. I'd have never said that condescendingly, although the idea was for her to leave, not for her to actually do it. But I'd have never done that. I thought she was capable of killing a guy. And then the only other future like spin to it, somewhere around 2011 or 12, 13, whatever, this bitch got out. Wow. She served like 5 years or whatever and got paroled. And then my brother-in-law, whose cousin had been murdered, was dating a guy that was dating her at his new employer in like 2013.
Holy shit. Was she attractive?
No, well, that one night she was. That Friday night that she showed up.
Can you
I'm going to see if
describe
I
her?
can Google the article.
Can you describe her to me? What'd she look like?
At the time, or like when she looked bad, I thought I did. She had like
she looked
white Reebok high tops with like Velcro straps, real tight jeans tucked into her fucking. Oh my God, her hair was teased up and it was like dirty blonde, dirty pun. It was just like, she looked like shit the next day. But I'm not Brad Pitt here, but God, the woman the night before had all kinds of makeup on and had hidden that shit and looked like she wanted to get fucked that night. The next night, that lady again looked like she was on her fucking period and like was bloated and wanted to eat ice cream.
All right, I just drew a picture of her based on your description. I got that up on the screen. So Aldo's artist rendition.
She's pretty.
Holy cow. Have you had a lot of incidences like this, Dan?
No, the blowjob murder is a famous story that I used to tell a lot at the time to people I would talk to. But now it's so far gone. I'm looking for the newspaper article. It's so far away. I found it. I'm going to send it to you now. Of course, that doesn't prove that she was in my apartment blowing me or whatever. But I mean, that part I think you can believe. So, but the fact that she murdered and all that shit, I don't know if she's in the article, but I'll send it to John as well.
Yeah. Please.
But yeah, this is, like I said, 100%. She was 33 at the time.
Jeez, that's hilarious. Jordan says, you are a legend. Don't ever stop being you, Dan.
I appreciate that. Bogus said Graham died after being struck by a vehicle he was pushed in front of. The driver of the vehicle wasn't charged in connection with the incident. So yeah, she pushed him in the middle of the road. I don't even have to say allegedly. She was convicted of this.
Jeez.
So I sent you the article. It's May 23rd, 2006.
Cool.
So it would have been 05 when she was in my apartment, though.
Let me, Tin Pan Dog says, I am picturing the prostitute from Breaking Bad. You ever see Breaking Bad?
I saw season 1. It just wasn't for me.
Come on, Dan, please. Anyway, if she looks like the prostitute from Breaking Bad, I'd fuck her. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That was awful.
But the thing though, it's just, I say this rude shit to her, which was condescending. And again, I expected to be slapped because I wanted her out of there because those kids were there. She literally said to me, I'm on parole. I can't buy liquor, but I promised my kid I would get her some booze. And her kid is in grade school. And so I'm desperate to make them leave. And I didn't want them going to school saying, at the time, your radio was still popular, and even for younger people. It's before streaming, it's before everything. That's all I needed, them to go to their 5th grade teacher or whatever and say they got drunk with me. You know, and this worked my way back somehow, you know. So I'm desperate for her to leave. And like I said, I say, you know, let's just suck my dick in the other room. And she doesn't. I just came in her mouth and she left, and I never saw her again. And then she murdered a guy that was related to my brother-in-law.
That's one of those things where you could have been dead. I could have maybe never known you, man, if you would have.
Yeah, for real. What if I just said that and she'd have like been like, I'm sick of men and I've got a history of people touching me and being angry and I don't know. molesting me, and I'm gonna cut your fucking balls off now. You know.
As well. I'm surprised that Tooch has never had an experience like this. I think he's not revealing it just because he wants to save it for his book.
Yep, the strange and fantastic country of West Virginia.
That one deserves it. Like a lot of times, it's just stereotypes, but no, that deserves to be under that banner. But I give you my word, if I'm under oath here, that's 100% true the way I remember it anyway. Definitely the blowjob was true. I did say some unsavory remarks thinking she would leave, and then she blew me, and she did murder my brother-in-law's cousin or nephew or somebody kin to him.
Jeez.
And then got out because he was like, you won't believe who's out. And he was like, she's fucking this old man that's working with me now. He's her sugar daddy. And said, Sonya's out. I'm like, damn. Didn't she murder a guy? Like, she's out? Like, it's not like she had a DUI and they're like, well, you know, she passed her fire. The breathalyzer's gone. You know, we're talking murder with malice here.
Cliff wants to know, since it's in West Virginia, was it a relative of yours?
No, it was not. Yeah, but it was, again, it was related to my brother-in-law, but that's wasn't related to me.
Tin Pan is making the declaration that Dan's cock kills.
Although, Dan, did she leave her banjo? Maybe some of her teeth behind?
She had all of her teeth.
Oh, man, that is a strange story, Dan. I appreciate you sharing that. Jeez.
Yeah, I've started to tell that before, but it sounds so far-fetched now.
Yeah.
Because it's so far away. But I just sent you the article. You saw. Do you have the article?
I put it up on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, good. So people know I'm not lying about this murder.
Yeah.
And I think that I've been around the bar room long enough to where people, why would I lie about getting a blowjob in 2005?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
Yeah, this is just amazing that this happened. But yeah, at the time, it was a popular story of mine that I told a lot. That, again, I called her the blowjob killer.
Jordan says it's your best story ever.
Yeah,
it's fucking true too, man. And like I said, I knew her name and the specifics on stuff, but I guess if they saw the article, they could see her name. But I didn't want to be quoted as saying that, you know, in any kind of public forum. For one, I don't want her to come back and fucking kill me, because she probably still lives around here. I don't know.
That's hilarious, man. All right, Dan, you still have a little more time, or you got to hit the road?
Yeah, I don't work. I'm going home after this and going to bed because I got to catch my flight in the morning. So
that's right.
I mean, I can stay to midnight my time if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
Nice.
Tooch, why don't you share one of your sex stories? Share one of your fantasies, Tooch.
Oh man, I don't know.
Yes, I know.
Nothing comes to mind other than, you know, maybe myself and you know, one of every flavor.
All right, so Dan, I know you have not been watching this series, but Tooch and I have. The Man Who Fell to Earth, based on.
I watched the first episode.
Okay, so what were your thoughts on the first episode?
It wasn't awful. I don't know. I thought for a couple of days after I watched it, maybe I would watch the second episode, and then Gaslit came on, so I just said fuck it. It wasn't bad. I didn't love it. I thought he annoyed me, the main character.
He is a bit
not
annoying.
the actor. The main character would just, you know, just the way. I mean, I know he's supposed to be an alien, so he's supposed to be obscure or strange, but I found it to be quite annoying. Like his dialogue with the woman that he wants to help save him, for instance, when they were getting close to that, it was like a hurricane or something at the end of the episode. And she drove him to wherever this was. He had the coordinates, and you know, it just the dialogue and stuff. I mean, I don't know. Why would the woman come back the way he's just a rude, condescending fuck? Well, and he just acts like he's mentally challenged. I mean, I get he's supposed to be an alien, but I found him to be kind of like Dustin Hoffman on Rain Man. He was just annoying to me.
Yeah, I agree with you that he is annoying in that first episode and a half, maybe even 2 episodes. But I wonder if Tooch agrees with me that episode number 3, which aired this past weekend, was super sensational.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tooch, your thoughts on it.
Yeah, because they're getting close to, well, they introduced the Rob Delaney character, who's kind of helping them get their device or world's changing energy generator made. And, they have going through so many hurdles. There's the patents from a previous alien who came to Earth, and the first man who fell to Earth before this one.
Right.
And then there's the CIA agent that has that secondary story played by Jimmy Simpson, who was
I like him a lot.
Right, from Westworld.
Right.
And that's been developed. But that Jimmy Simpson story comes into focus a lot better in episode 3. Where he kind of becomes part of the story of Faraday and Justin Falls,
right,
and the Hatch Flood characters. Yeah, it's great. It's starting to come together nicely. I think I'm waiting to see what sort of twist they pull on us. During this time. But it's some far out. There's elements of like Roswell, with the Jimmy Simpson in the past guy who fell to Earth, and with the things that they did to that guy, and that weird guy in the cabin in episode 2. I think it was episode 2.
Episode 2, correct.
It was episode 2, right? With the previous professor guy who, worked with the previous alien that fell to Earth, and I'm enjoying it, man. I think that Chiwetel Ejiofor's performance is really good, man.
I can understand why Dan is a little annoyed by it.
Yeah,
I was too. He's just he's the type of guy I would run away from. I don't want this guy talking to me and whatever. And like Dan said, he understands that he's an alien, so he's getting acclimated to life on Earth and the language and so forth. So that is a little bit tough going. But I think that if you stick with it and you follow the premise that this guy knows how to build quantum fusion, which will answer all of the answers that this planet Earth needs for energy needs, then it becomes super intriguing. Holy shit, this invention could take care of us for the rest of the time, but it also brings together so many questions, people losing their jobs and this and that. So it is a meticulous, but I think very well told story. It feels like one of those series where if you just have a little patience with it, the payoff will be good. So hopefully I'm right, because my wife and I are heavily invested in it. We really enjoy the first 3 episodes, but episode 3 was super sensational, man. Really good stuff.
Did you watch any JFK?
No, we still have not. We are planning on doing that in the next week or two, just doing a binge. So for those of you who don't know, Dan sent me a number of DVDs on the JFK assassination and conspiracy theories and so forth. And I've always been a fan of that, a big fan of Oliver Stone's JFK movie. Yep. And so, and my wife is too. So we really are looking forward to digging into that. Staying in bed, watching JFK, that kind of thing.
I'm telling you, you have to watch that from JFK to 9/11 documentary, because it's that sort of thing. The background of JFK, the conspiracy, and then what happened after that, all the way up to 9/11. The same people who were involved with JFK, their ties to the current situations. Just the long line of people who are pulling the puppet masters, the people who are pulling the strings in the background.
The one guy that's connected to all of that, at least on the surface, is Bush 41.
Bush. Yep.
Yeah. And Bush, he was. I mean, I wasn't alive November 22nd, 1963, but I would assume for every individual that was, they remember where they were when they heard the news that Kennedy had died.
Yeah.
And here you got George Bush, who's going to be the vice president and going to be the president, albeit for one term, but he's about to be the president in a couple of decades. And at that time working for the CIA, and will eventually be the leader of the CIA. and he's asked, "Where were you?" Because he was in Dallas. That's corroborated. But they asked him, "What do you remember about that?" He's like, "Oh, I can't remember where I was at all." I mean, he's dead now, so I'm not trying to besmirch him. But he was asked like what was his memory or his thoughts of when Kennedy died, and he claimed to not remember where he was. But he was photographed in Dallas, so I'm not saying he was connected to anything. I'm not even trying to imply or project or give you a wink and a nod. But I did find it odd that he claimed to not know where he was, and he played the same fucking argument with Iran-Contra. He's kind of like, listen, I was just the vice president. I didn't know anything. They kept me out of the loop, and I know they were promising, stuff to the Iranians. I read that in the paper, and money and drugs and illegal wars. I had nothing to do with it, but I'm going to issue a pardon to everyone that's involved, and this is going away forever. And no further questions. Okay. I find him to be a quite fascinating figure in that regard, especially when his parody at the time was that he was a wimp, and even though he was a war hero, but people thought of him as not being masculine or something. And this guy's got his dick involved in everything. So I think his being a quote unquote wimp was hard for him in the primaries, but it sure did suit him well to get out of all of these problem areas that he could have found himself in.
Have any of you guys ever seen 11/22/63? Kefalo 84 is suggesting that for those of us who love JFK shows. 11/22/63. It sounds familiar.
James Franco.
Oh, that's right. That's
great.
right. Yeah, it's a fictionalized account.
That was Stephen King as well.
Stephen King was involved with that?
Yeah, I think he wrote the story for that.
Oh, let me do a little research here.
Novella or whatever.
263. Oh, is that a series?
Yeah, it's like a 6-episode limited series, I think.
Okay.
I forget. I think it was Netflix.
Yeah, it's an American science fiction thriller miniseries based on the 2011 novel 11/22/63 by Stephen King, consisting of 8 episodes in which a time traveler attempts to stop the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The series is executive produced by J.J. Abrams.
But doesn't that say that Oswald? Don't they accept that Oswald was the killer within that story? And I take umbrage with that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's probably a question for my man here who suggested it. So, Kefalo, yeah, I mean, that's the entire thing about this JFK. It is, to me, totally obvious that this was a conspiracy and that Oswald did not act alone.
I don't think Oswald did it, period. I don't think they did a paraffin test on him and it came back negative. He didn't fire a weapon that day, but when they were asked about the test, they said it was positive. But it was only a couple weeks after he died that they confessed that his test was negative.
But
he didn't even fire a weapon that day. And it's just, and I could go on for like 7 hours on this topic. I don't think he was guilty at all. Period. Wasn't one of the gunmen and thought he had infiltrated this group. And if anything, he was trying to stop the assassination.
Didn't Woody
He even
Harrelson's
told his
dad?
mistress, Judith Baker, who I'm Facebook friends with, that as long as he was there was one less gunman. I sent you her story. It's on The Men Who Killed Kennedy,
Right.
episode 8, I think, The Love Affair.
Okay.
60 Minutes had her for about 2 years trying to debunk her story, and they couldn't do it. And then so they were about to go on air with the story, and they got a phone call from somebody, and they canceled the story and didn't air it. And at the time, the History Channel wasn't just like, hey, how much is my old dildo worth? You know, it was like real history. So the History Channel picked up her story as soon as 60 Minutes dropped it because they lacked the temerity to actually show something like that. They
Did
gave
Woody-
context to Oswald.
Woody Harrelson's dad claimed to be the shooter of
No, he denied
Kennedy.
it.
Okay.
He was accused of being one of the hobos, Charles Harrelson. He vehemently denied that, but there are photos that look like him as being one of the hobos that they arrested in the cars leading up to the railroad cars leading up to, because a lot of weird things started to happen. People were having seizures and all these things to divert police, and it started right at 12:15. So all these like strange phenomenons started happening. And again, one of the guys that saw all of it was Lee Bowers. He's in the radio tower working for the railroad, and sees everything, sees the people behind the fence that we now know as the grassy knoll and all this. And he testifies to this. And of course he dies a strange death on a single car MVA on a highway where the doctor says he was in a strange kind of shock at the time of his death. So a lot of these people allegedly shot themselves in the back of the head with a shotgun. NBC ran a story on the 25th anniversary in '88, and they put the names up on the screens of people that either died abruptly or under suspicious circumstances that were involved, and there were over 150 names. And that's just 25 years into it. So, I mean, again, I'm not here to convince anybody that doesn't want to be convinced. I'm just...
Okay, Follow says, who do you think killed him and why?
I don't know. I mean, I could speculate for 8 hours if I wanted to, but my strong passion is that he didn't do it. And if
Oswald
you want me to elaborate on that just so, like another 2 minutes, I could tell you why.
Okay.
But okay, so Oswald joins the Marines at 17, and supposedly his mom gets sick, and he gets an honorable discharge. A couple of days later, he flies to the Soviet Union and allegedly becomes a defector. And this is at the heart of the Cold War. So now keep in mind, just look at what the police said who this man was. He was a guy that, was sexually inadequate. He couldn't get his dick hard. He couldn't hold a job. He's just a bum. This dude is in the Marines at 17. He's stationed in Japan, and the government admitted during the Church Commission in the late 70s that he was there when they were basically administering this plan of fake defectors. So they confirmed that he was there. They didn't confirm that he was one of them. But I mean, okay, maybe I'm drawing dots that aren't there. But he learns Russian while he's in the Marines. He's at a place in Japan where they have fake defectors, where they train them. He gets out of the Marines and goes to the Soviet Union for 6 months or 8 months, whatever. He goes to the State Department, has no problems coming back to America. Again, this is the heart of the Cold War here. We're talking about right after the missile crisis. Not only did they bring Oswald back, they brought his Russian bride with him too, which would have been damn near impossible to bring a Russian immigrant over in fucking 62, 63. And they paid for his flight. So the State Department, they don't deny any of this. I'm not just making any of this up. They admit all of this. So he comes back and suddenly, according to Judith Baker, she had her W-2s stuff showing where they worked together. She had given at the time had given cancer to mice faster than anyone ever had. She was from like upstate Western New York, like Buffalo. And so she was going to go to Tulane University. She goes to New Orleans that summer, and that's where she meets Oswald and gets into all this clandestine stuff because of her skill. The idea was they worked at a coffee company, wink, wink. That's where the W-2 was, but they were in the back in this chemistry lab with the guy that Joe Pesci played in the JFK movie, David Ferry. And they were working on a virus. The idea was their goal was to come up with a virus to kill Castro. But you had to kill him in a covert way, because you could start a third world war if you just fucking kill him, obviously, as the missile crisis proved. So they wanted to give him a virus, and the idea was if he got injected with it, they would say he was ill, start doing all these tests on him, and each one of them would exacerbate the illness. So Oswald goes to Mexico with the illness. He's supposed to be giving his handler this work that they've done this entire summer, and his handler, which was David Atlee Phillips, wasn't there. So now he's wigging out, and even the CIA and the FBI confirmed this. They've got these photos of him at the Mexican embassy. He's trying to get a Cuban visa, and he's denied. So he comes back to Louisiana with the virus empty-handed and didn't get to his. They said, it's okay, your next mission is you're going to Texas. So he goes to Dallas, and he gets this job with the school book depository building. But the thing is, I don't want to sound like Joe Rogan here and say, do your research. But there were like 3 other patsies that were built along the way that were stopped. There was one in Chicago that you could look up. There was one in Florida that both of them were stopped before, and the guy that was supposed to be the killer was the same profile that they gave Oswald, which I can't speak for those other gentlemen, but Oswald to me is way too complicated and way too 3-dimensional other than this guy that they projected is the killer. And think of it this way as well. They never had any proof. They weren't subject to cross-examination. They didn't convict him in court. He was killed the next day or 2 days later by his friend, no less. And then he developed a weird fucking cancer, and he died after he said he was willing to talk. That being Jack Rubenstein, aka Jack Ruby. So, but Oswald, even during the Warren Commission, was not allowed a lawyer. That's what, if you watch the documentary I sent you, Rush to Judgment, that's what Mark was trying to do, was because his mom had hired him to be, even the dead Nazis had legal representation at the Nuremberg trials, but they still wouldn't give Oswald an attorney even in death. This man had to be the killer, closed shut. I mean, ask the man that was in the car. He's dead now, of course, but the Governor Conley, John Conley, the governor of Texas, was like, dude, I was there. That shit didn't happen. The whole magic bullet theory, that's bullshit. I was there. That's not the way it went down. The guy in the fucking car said that's not what happened. If you listen to LBJ's recordings, when he's talking to, I forget which it was one of the detractors from the Warren Commission that was on it. Mm-hmm. One of the guys that he was like, this is not what happened, in my opinion, Mr. President. He's like, yeah, I don't agree with it either. So even the president didn't believe it. And this is going way out there, but Billy Celestes, one of his henchmen, in 1984 testified in court that Johnson was tied to 10 murders, going back to, and he used a guy named Malcolm Wallace allegedly to do these. But one of the killings, interestingly, was his own sister, because she was promiscuous and was a drug addict and talked, and he allegedly had her killed, his own sister. And but yeah, he is in trouble for murder, going back to the early 50s of accusations, and he got his man Malcolm Wallace out of first-degree murder. And but according to Celestes, Kennedy was also on that list. I'm not here to say Johnson was involved. I'm just here to tell you that the profile they said that Oswald is not the guy he really was. I don't think Oswald's a killer. If you tell me Johnson was involved, I'll listen, and I'll probably maybe subtly agree. But I'm not willing to go out on that limb. I'm just saying Oswald was not the shooter.
Well, what's interesting about it is Jordan is saying Dan is a modern Renaissance man. He's got time for sex stories, 911 work, Marilyn Manson fanboying, Bears and McMahon loving, bearing his souls, and being a full-time conspiracy theorist.
But see, I don't want to be called that. Like I said, I don't try to jump on and tell you 9/11 was an insight. I don't tell you any of that stuff. I'm just telling you Oswald didn't do it.
No,
I'm not.
I think you're making a really.
That's all I'm willing to say.
I think you're making a very compelling case. I think everyone knows, or most people know, that the Warren Commission was a complete sham. That they did not investigate things; they covered things up. And who was a member of the?
Two guys that Kennedy fired.
Exactly.
That you should look at. The mayor of Dallas was named Cabell. Kennedy fired his brother. And not only that, the main guy that ran the CIA, what am I thinking of his name?
Alan Dulles.
Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles was his brother.
Right.
But Alan Dulles was basically the leader of the Warren Commission, other than actual Earl Warren. But the man that Kennedy fired is now investigating his death. That's a conflict of interest
Fucking
that you can never get away with in modern day society.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely right. And
You don't want to piss off the CIA. They got 6 ways from Sunday of coming after you. That was a little slip of the behind, little glimpse behind the curtain. Thank you, Chuck Schumer.
That's right. And I think we should be careful how much more we say about the CIA because
Well, another point I should make, and this is for anyone that's a detractor, it's not just me. The House of Representatives and the Church Commission ruled in 1979 that there was a probable conspiracy in the death of not only JFK, but also Dr. Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy. So it's not just me. They ruled that there was a conspiracy. I'm not, the fucking House of Representatives said it, but nothing else happened at all until Oliver Stone made the film in 1991. And then that's when records started getting declassified as early as 1992 as a result of the outcry. But when this happens in the late 70s, they're like, yep, there was a fucking conspiracy. And then nothing, that's it. Okay, that's it. End of the ball game.
Scary shit. It really is. It's scary shit, you know. And our country, unfortunately, has a history of assassinating foreign leaders who didn't comply with
meddling in elections of other countries.
Exactly. And
lying to the populace. Right?
Yep, exactly. So anyway, what a wonderful way to close the show.
that documentary, Dan, I'm telling you,
I'm sorry.
No,
you'll really enjoy the documentary. It's called From JFK to 9/11. Everything is a rich man's trick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, man. It's the wealthy that control everything, whether it's the narrative, the media, the government, the CIA. There's always somebody with mega bucks, the hyper wealthy, influencing something. There's always politicians are to me the lowest form of human being. They do things, say things. They never tell the truth, they slant the truth, and obviously they're getting some kind of kickbacks because you don't go from like $193,000 salary to retiring with 12 figures in the bank. That's right. It's so fucking obvious. That. You can't trust any politician. That the whole thing, whether it was JFK, there's people that are powerful enough to take down a president. That's all I got to say. I don't mind being called a conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist because these people operate on conspiracies.
Yeah, but to focus on Kennedy. Just for a moment, the video itself shows that he's clearly shot from the front and his body goes violently backwards. But they try to tell you before because again, you have to keep in mind the American people didn't see that film until Geraldo broadcast it in 1975. So we're 12 years into the ball game before anyone quote unquote regular people see it. And they were told Dan Rather, because there's a mesh up of this too, where Dan Rather is saying, I just saw, because he was a local Dallas reporter then, but goes to big CBS real quickly, becomes a star, and ultimately is Cronkite's replacement. But he says, I saw the video, and it clearly shows that he was shot from the back and that he moves forward. So there's a video where they were mocking him, showing the video spliced with his audio when it's completely the fucking opposite of what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So the video shows you he's shot from the front, which would be inconsistent if Oswald was the shooter in the book depository building. Furthermore, the doctors said that the back of his head was blown out. I mean, when the doctors and the eyewitnesses and the video and everybody say, well, this is what happened. And then the government says, no, this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like so cool to me that all of this is connected to Watergate. Everyone that was arrested in the Watergate initially was there in Dallas. They were CIA workers. And allegedly, and again, I say allegedly, that is what got Nixon in trouble. Nixon drove around in Kennedy's fucking convertible, the one he died in. Nixon was obsessed with this. Even Bob Haldeman said that anytime you read the Watergate tapes or hear them say Bay of Pigs, that's code for assassination. They were talking about the assassination. That was allegedly what the 18.5-minute gap was. Nixon was like laying it out for him, what he heard, what happened, and that's what he erased on that tape. So he comes out, eventually he's worried that he's going to get blamed for this because essentially Eisenhower didn't want to do anything unpopular. So Nixon's his hatchet man as vice president. So he gets Nixon to sign these papers, which is called Operation 40, which basically said our government policy is to assassinate Castro. And this was formed in late 58, 59, that era. So, but Nixon's signature's on the papers. So after Kennedy dies, he becomes president. He's like, my God, if the people see this, they could draw a connection and say, what we were trying to do with Castro is what killed Kennedy. And maybe I'm somehow involved. And so he's obsessed because he's not involved, but he's obsessed thinking that people are going to accuse him because he's his opponent and et cetera. And so allegedly, again, I'm saying allegedly, when he's yelling on the tape, like about getting into the Brookings Institute, he's like, get those fucking papers. He was convinced that the Democrats had those papers and were going to blackmail him leading into 72, which is why Liddy went into the Watergate, because they were looking for those fucking papers. But no one ever tells that story. And the irony is that's what eventually got him his pardon. Because again, allegedly, if you believe the conspiracy, Gerald Ford was the one who faked the autopsy, allegedly, of President Kennedy's head with the Warren Commission. So he, the new president, Mr. Ford, was told by the previous president, well, if I go to jail, everyone's going to know what you did with those fucking autopsy video photos. So it's up to you. Do you want me to go to jail and for you to be exposed, or are you going to give me an unconditional pardon? Ball's in your court, bro.
Oh, man. This is, you should do your own series on this, don't you think?
No one will believe. They just say, oh, you're a nut. You're just a nut. Let me give me one more, because I know it's getting late. But one more thing that it's to me that's just, I've said this before on air, but I just want to get the point home again, because this is what it's in the Warren Commission. This is what happened. So you're gonna play the score. Yeah. John Williams, man, it's great.
Awesome.
The patrolman's name is Marion Baker. Again, it's a male. He's a motorcycle cop. He stops at the building and goes in. The first person he sees is the building owner there, and he's like, all right, let's go in. And Marion Baker sees a guy standing in the second floor, like just break room, with a Coke. He says, who is this man? Is he an employee? He says, yes, that's Lee Oswald. So I would have thought the way they run shit during this investigation, they'd have said, Marion Baker was confused. There were shots fired. So he clearly doesn't have his timeline right, but they don't dispute it. They're like, okay, he saw Oswald drinking a Coke 90 seconds after the assassination. And they asked Marion Baker, was Oswald winded? And he said unequivocally no. So what the government said was that Oswald fired 3 shots. He emptied the shells, he disassembled the weapon, he hid the weapon, and he ran down 4 flights of stairs with people on the stairs, none of which ever said that they saw him running down the stairs, and is already calmly standing there buying a Coke, and he did it all in 90 seconds. And when they were asked about it, they said Earl Warren, who had run for vice president in the late 1940s with Dewey, remember Dewey beats Truman?
Oh, yeah.
And now, as an old man on the Supreme Court, they said he did it in 90 seconds, so therefore Oswald did it. But use your head. If you fired 3 shots, wouldn't you have fucking momentum, or your adrenaline would be pumping, and then plus run down 4 flights of stairs? You'd be winded. You'd be excited. You'd be sweating. Your heart would be beating rapidly, and he's standing there chilling, drinking a Coke in the fucking break room because he didn't do it. He didn't fucking do it.
Did he shoot the cop?
No, absolutely not. He didn't kill the cop. He would have had to have walked a mile in like 10 minutes in the opposite direction. And okay, that's another point. Think about this. If you are in Texas that day, local law enforcement We've got one of our guys down, JD Tippett. You got a policeman that's dead. You've got the president of the United States that's dead. Well, someone just called in a complaint that a guy snuck into the movie theater and didn't pay. You'd be like, okay, that can fucking wait. We got a policeman that's down. We got a president that's down. And yet over 30 policemen respond to that theater and arrest Oswald. Think about that. Why would they go there? For a fucking guy that just didn't buy a movie ticket, which was 75 cents at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And according to Judith Baker, Oswald thought, his mistress, thought that he was going to be assassinated in the theater. Thought that they were going to kill him there and say he's the killer. He knew he was the patsy. He knew it. And so he thought they were going to kill him there. So the first thing he does is punch the policeman and immediately start to yell, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. And making a big scene. He wanted people looking because he was convinced that he was going to get killed there. So that's why he gets punched in the eye and all that stuff. But in the end, he's screaming, I am not resisting arrest and stuff because but that messed up the plan. He was supposed to die in the movie theater.
And he claimed he was not a patsy. So it's fascinating stuff.
Any other assassin would have been bragging about their alleged performance.
Mm-hmm.
But he, every step of the way, declares his innocence. Every step of the way, whenever he's given a chance to talk, he's like, I deny these charges. They're not even, he's like, man, they're giving me 12 hours of interrogation without an attorney. They're not even allowing me, to brush my teeth or take a bath, or he's like, I stink, all these things, basic hygienic considerations for prisoners and no legal representation.
Mm-hmm.
He says that, and again, just nobody cares. So where's the notes from his interrogation? The police say they destroyed them. Of course they did. And then when they called when Jim Garrison tried to give a what's the word I'm looking for? A subpoena for his brain, because that would tell everything, because they could see what trajectory the bullets came from. The government said that they lost his brain.
Yeah.
That they lost the president's brain. That was the government's official position, of course, not under oath.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just so many things, man, that you almost have to just not use critical thinking to think that Oswald did it, and just be happy with it.
Tony wants to know, Dan, why do you think that they would want to kill JFK?
I mean, we could talk 2 more hours on that, but there's a couple of things. The thing with the steel workers, there's the Castro. Everyone really thought he was a communist, the right wingers, when he didn't get into the Cuban Missile Crisis with the Soviets. And ironically, Nikita Khrushchev is also jettisoned by the right wing of his country. And he wasn't assassinated, but he was overthrown and viewed as a weak American sympathizing leader. So they did the same thing to Khrushchev that they did to Kennedy, calling him sympathetic to communism. So you got Laos, you got Vietnam. He's trying to change things. And they don't want to change things. They want war.
The prevailing theory is that he wanted to pull out completely out of Southeast Asia.
Right. And he had been there before. He and his brother Bobby had gone there in the 50s when we were there helping the French, and saw that the French were losing their fucking asses off trying to maintain their colonialism over them. Mm-hmm. But when you've got a people, an entire country that lives somewhere, and they are fighting for everything they believe in their land, they're not going to give up unless you kill them.
Mm-hmm.
You have to kill every one of them. That's the lesson that should have been learned from Vietnam. And he saw that from the French. And then suddenly we're doing the same shit. And again, it's so ironic that Ho Chi Minh was writing us, comparing their revolution to the American Revolution. And for a couple of years, he thought we would help him. But we stuck it out because money talks, man. And the French and the British wanted us to help, the South. And so he thought that they wanted independence, that the Americans would be on his side. And it obviously pretty quickly realized that wasn't the case. But yeah, so Kennedy wanted out. He had that memo that he signed. It was going to withdraw all troops starting Christmas and completely out. And they couldn't have that. And LBJ reverses that, I think the Tuesday after his assassination.
Dan, you have a detractor here. Joseph says that you reject all the media that points to Oswald, yet embrace all the media that puts out alternate facts.
Well, if that's the case, and he's entitled to his opinion,
we all are.
Then, I mean, just look at the video. Do you really? Because the whole Warren Commission, the whole foundation that Oswald is the killer with 3 bullets, comes down to, because you got the innocent bystander who gets hit on the side, and they again don't dispute that. One's the headshot, and then so you got to account for 7 wounds between 2 people with 1 bullet, and the bullet stops in midair and turns. If you don't believe that the magic bullet theory is plausible, then you have to surmise that there are 2 gunmen. But if there are more than 1 gunman, then you have to say there's a conspiracy. So I don't know how anyone can watch that film and say that that's clearly what happened. He was shot from behind by Oswald when he's violently shot from the front. So that's not me like subscribing to alternative facts. That's me watching a fucking film. The film as it was shot live by Zapruder, and using my creative, my own mind, my critical thinking. You see it. I mean, either you don't. I mean, maybe you don't want to see it, but it's there. Like maybe you think Oswald was still one of the gunmen. That's fine. That's fine. But he's clearly shot from the front if you watch that video. And you have to suppress your critical thinking to think that there were 3 shots that killed this man.
Mm-hmm. Lots of great debates and comments on this topic and other political things. But I'm going to pull the plug on this episode. I got to be up early. Greg Gabriel and I have a show at 11 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to talk about whatever the hell he wants to talk about. Dan, you've been outstanding, not only throughout the show, but just in presenting your theories and your observations on the assassination. I can't wait to. We'll be talking more about this once I look at the DVDs that you sent me. We'll have more thorough discussions. Maybe we should just do a special on the whole JFK thing after, and play some of the clips from those DVDs and stuff. It might be an interesting program.
My final thing, I agree with you. My final thing is, again, Governor Connally survives the assassination. He's sitting in the passenger side up front. The man that's in the middle of all of it, who was wounded and almost died himself, says, nah, the magic bullet theory is bullshit. I know I said that earlier, but it's worth reiterating. The man in the car says that's not what happened. The man that was involved in the shooting says, nope, that's not what happened. I was there. I think that deserves more play and maybe more time to sink into the people that believe Oswald was the single gunman.
Tooch, any final thoughts?
Nope, just I'm telling you, both of you will enjoy JFK to 9/11. Everything is a rich man's trick. It's basically
how do I find that again? What platform is it on?
I think it's on YouTube and Vimeo. I could send you the link again, but it's it basically agrees with Dan. It's everything Dan says. Evidence is laid out there. Plain as day. Warren Commission, all that stuff. Everything that Dan's saying right now is pretty much echoed in that documentary, but it goes farther. The events that happened after JFK that led to 9/11, all the way through there.
Good stuff, guys. What else? What should we close the show with? Anything hopeful that we can talk about our country? No.
No, definitely not with the country, but with the Bears, I'm going to say I don't know how. I can't tell you why, but everyone was looking at the schedule saying like 5-12, 6-11. I see 9-8, 10-7.
Well, the schedule isn't that difficult. When you look at the schedule,
agree, I agree,
looking at it at first glance, yes, doesn't seem that. I mean, granted, we may have a bad Christmas Day after a blowout by the Bills the night before, but other than that, none of the games really look that tough. Maybe that New England and a couple Packers games. Those are the four maybe.
The Bears have
likely
never beaten New England on the road, with the exception of the Super Bowl.
That is right.
What was that?
No,
We haven't
won.
beaten them on the road, right?
Yeah.
Never won anywhere except in Chicago, other than New Orleans when they won the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Never won in Foxborough.
Because they were technically the road team that day, the Bears were.
Yeah,
By the way, I just want to remind people, excuse me for interrupting here regarding Chicago Bears talk. Stephen Nagishi had a fantastic show on last night, the Double A team. Ken Fang, his co-host, could not be a part of the show because he was grieving the shooting of his aunt and uncle in that Woodland, California shooting. Thankfully, both of them are well. And so that third segment of that show, after an interview with boxer Brandon Lee, and I'm forgetting the name of the guest in the second segment of the show, where he talked about a platform that he has called Amazing HQ, and that's Amazing is spelled AMAZN, and it's a website and video channel that spotlights the Pranav Iyer is his name, and that website showcases the athletes of Asian American heritage background, and it's a great site to get to know some of these great Asian American athletes. So after those two segments, Stephen spoke in a very emotional way about what Ken had to go through, and then I popped in for a minute or two, and then Ken Fang himself popped in. And it's a very emotional close to that show, and I applaud Stephen's bravery and vulnerability in showing just how this gun violence is impacting all of us, even if we're not directly involved with the violence. It's a terrible thing that's happened in this country, and you can blame it on the proliferation of guns. You can blame it on political figures like Donald Trump exacerbating racial tensions. You can blame it on whatever, but the clear thing that we have to do
he ain't the only one.
What do you mean he ain't the only one?
He ain't the only one inflating racial tensions, because, I mean, people on the left always make it about race, and their dog whistles, white supremacists, this, white. I'll tell you, the majority of gun deaths in the USA are from suicides. It's not mass shootings. It's nothing like that.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that if you're at a supermarket and you're there shopping and somebody comes in military gear and shoots you down, so
without a gun, you're a sitting duck.
Wait. You're conflating things. You're bringing in suicide. Well, we're not talking about suicide. We're talking about mass shootings. We're talking about racial tensions that are being flamed by Tucker Carlson and the right-wing conservative.
These are all left propaganda talking points.
That's fucking bullshit. That's me observing what is going on in this country. So don't give me this fucking leftist propaganda bullshit, because if you're going to do that, I'm going to call you out for being a fucking idiot. That's what I'm going to do.
All right, guys, we all love each other here. No,
I'm sorry, but that is, you can't tell me
they make it worse.
What I'm thinking is based on left-wing propaganda media. I watch Fox News. I watch MSNBC. MSNBC. I read publications from all over. I make up my own point of view on this. So don't fucking tell me that. So do you. So you're telling me what I'm thinking.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm not telling you what to think or how to think or anything. But all I'm saying is that everybody thinks for themselves, and everybody seems to think that if my point of view is always right. That's what everybody thinks right now these days.
I agree with that, but I am not that way. I am not that way.
Everybody's that way, though.
No, I'm willing to listen to your point of view. I'm totally willing to listen to your point of view, but don't put
my point of view is that my point of view is that evil exists in this world. And if you don't protect yourself against evil, you're a sitting duck. I'll tell you, that guy chose chose that spot because gun laws are very restrictive. He wouldn't come to Iowa and do that because Iowa has open carry. He would have been shot at by 5 different people. Texas, he would have been shot at. He chose a place where guns aren't. You cannot stop crazy people.
So you're
from
saying
doing
that this
things
would
like
not
this.
have happened in Buffalo, New York, if everyone in that supermarket was armed, if that 88-year-old lady who was shopping for stuff for her grandson, if she was armed, she would still be alive today. That's what you're saying?
I don't think
you're
an
nodding your
idiot.
head up and down.
I'm saying that there might have been somebody with a weapon who could have helped. Because
Yeah, but
you're not gonna
there was a security officer there with a weapon, wasn't there? So what happened to him? He died. Well, if you don't know, then you're talking out of your ass.
Well,
Because
I'm
if
not
you don't know
gonna-
the facts, then you should just shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna.
All right, now, come on now, guys.
No, I'm serious about it because Tooch is saying everybody is saying that they're right, but now you're talking about a topic that you don't know all the facts. So that's why I'm saying you should just shut the fuck up about it.
You gave one
If you don't know
example of
the
an
facts.
88-year-old woman. That's a hypothetical. An 88-year-old woman's not going to carry a gun, right? Most
Right,
of
but
them
the
are.
majority of the people who were shot here were senior citizens at an primarily African American supermarket. So
That's why
these
he
people
chose
were
the place.
targeted, and he visited that place the day before, so he
They were
knew
targeted.
the type of customers that
There
were
was
there.
nobody there to challenge him. It was an
There
act
was
of
a security officer there.
one security officer against a guy.
Oh,
with a,
so now we gotta fucking put 20 security officers in supermarkets.
Well,
Come on, dude. Where the fuck are you coming from with this?
Look, okay.
This pisses me off.
Listen
This
to my.
fucking pisses me off.
Listen for a second. If you want to if you take away everybody's guns, somebody evil is going to get a gun. You know, somebody evil is going to get one, and I'm not gonna die on my knees from a guy who has one and I don't. That's it. I'm not.
So your solution to the matter is arm America.
Wait,
my daughter,
there's-
who's the school
there's two
teacher
things.
of kids the same age as the Sandy Hook kids, you're
Yep.
saying, hey, tell Kayla to arm herself in case somebody breaks into her classroom.
It's better than not being armed.
Oh my God, this is
It's better than not being armed.
My daughter went to college to teach kids how to learn how to socially interact with one another to help kids. But now you're telling her that she needs to get police training because this fucking country is
I don't think you need
the
police
Wild
training.
West.
Well,
Come on, man, this
you
is
can't stop people from doing evil things.
Yes,
Evil exists.
You can do certain things. For instance,
Like what?
Well, for instance, what has happened with speed limit laws and trying to help people stay safe from traffic accidents and stuff? There's been speed limits. There's been safety belts. There's been all sorts of things. It hasn't been arming people with devices that are going to make your car more powerful to withstand on head-on crashes. No, there are certain things that we should do in this country that will help reduce gun violence. It's never going to be reduced unless we do what Australia did, which is apprehend all of the guns and start over. But that's not going to happen in this country because of the 50 states and because of states' rights, and it's just not going to happen. But what you're advocating for every citizen to be armed, that's to me, it's crazy. I'm sorry. Then what are you advocating?
I'm saying that the people who are deemed responsible enough to be armed should be allowed to be armed. If you take away everyone's guns, what's to stop a tyrannical government from taking over and taking away everyone's rights? That's the reason why the founding fathers put the Second Amendment in the Constitution, the right to bear arms, protection from the tyranny of the government.
Militias.
If the government is the only entity that has weaponry, then the citizens have zero rights because you're at the mercy of a government. That's why gun states allow people to own guns.
If I could speak for Aldo on this, I
understand both points of view. I just have
what this is. Well, I just want to get your reaction to this, and I'm not ganging up on you. I don't advocate taking everyone's gun away, and I don't think he's saying that either.
Yeah.
I think either one, but it seems like the way it's framed on the right. I'm not saying you, John. I'm not. a lot of people will frame it as, there's one position, either it's the Wild West, everybody's armed, or we got to come and get your guns. I think Aldo's saying there's got to be something in the middle here. We're not saying we're coming to get your guns. He openly said that would never happen here because
Aldo and I are both
right
basically
but
saying
there's
the
got to
same
be
thing.
something. You can't just say, well, then nothing is done. He's saying there should be something in the middle, not taking your guns, but just some kind of way, like he compared it to cars, restrictions on cars to try to stem to stop the violence. I don't think he's saying that everyone's
Crazy
guns
people shouldn't own guns, right? Like the shooter should have never had a gun. That's all.
I'm just saying. I think I don't do. Am I wrong in that? I don't think you're advocating like taking everyone's guns. I think you're saying that something must be done, and the alternative is to do nothing.
We agree more than we disagree.
Everybody.
I'm sorry, Tooch. What do we agree on?
We agree more than we disagree. We both don't want innocent people being killed by psychopaths, right?
Absolutely.
Well, what's the alternative to? What's the alternative though? If you say, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, if there's no kind of laws or restrictions on guns. For example, the Brady bill is from James Brady, who was Reagan's man that was shot by a crazy leftist. So, who's free now, by the way, but in playing music at gigs. But okay, anyway, John Hinckley, what I'm saying though is there's got to be an alternative to, like, it seems like you're saying everyone should be armed, but what's the middle ground there between everyone's armed and everyone's guns are taken? There's got to be a middle somewhere, right?
I don't know. I just know that I'm not going to be unarmed with a psychopath around the corner shooting at me and my family.
But Tooch, are you advocating for everybody to carry a gun?
If they pass a proper, background test, I think it's fine. If there's no criminal record.
For 200 million people to walk around in public with guns. That's the country you want to live in.
200 million people. How many of those people are elderly and children that aren't going to be?
All right, 150 million. Whatever number you want. Do you want the majority of the people that you interact with at the supermarket, at the corner, at the school for parents?
I don't think it's avoidable. I think that like a shooter that evil, those kind of people are always going to. If you can stop evil people from being born, Aldo, I think then we don't need guns.
I think that this person was groomed to behave that way. The evidence that is coming out now is that he was reading right-wing type propaganda, stuff that Tucker Carlson has been saying about replacement theories. Now you got all these right-wing loonies, these evil people. They've been groomed to believe this.
His
stuff.
manifesto, he says he's a liberal.
Hold on a second. Hold on, you're interrupting me.
Okay.
He was saying that he was groomed.
He was crazy.
He was groomed to behave this way. This kid was just a kid, but because he was exposed to all this right-wing stuff, he goes out there targeting.
He could have also
people.
just been crazy, Aldo.
He could have been, but maybe he wasn't. Maybe he.
We'll never know.
That's not true.
I can add to Aldo's right here. A number of years ago,
people will make judgments and diagnose him and all this stuff, but he's an evil, crazy fuck. It doesn't.
To add to Aldo on this, a number of years ago, Bill O'Reilly was always talking about this guy George Tiller, and he had a slogan, "Tiller, Tiller, the baby killer," and because he gave something I do not advocate, which was a partial birth abortion. But so he was an abortion doctor, and Bill O'Reilly talked shit about him every night. Like I said, Tiller, Tiller, the baby killer. And one of his viewers went and shot him while he was attending church because he saw it every night on the O'Reilly Factor. And Bill O'Reilly, of course, immediately ran and said, I didn't inspire him to kill him, but he kind of did. I'm not saying he should have been charged for it, but because you have to be an adult and take that information and process it yourself. But if you're, not of sound mind, maybe you can't make that. You don't have the ability to discern those facts.
There you go.
But this guy watched O'Reilly and got inspired and killed George Tiller while he was with his wife and kids in church. Supposed to be the holiest of holy places. And that was, again, just revved up by Bill O'Reilly every fucking night. So
how do good people protect themselves from evil?
I think if you call it evil, that you're almost
you're saying
writing
evil
it
doesn't
off,
exist.
you know,
You're
it almost
saying
seems like a cliche if you say evil, in my opinion.
evil exists.
But I don't
Yes,
believe in God, so to me, evil isn't
It
evil.
doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not.
Well, I
You
don't
have
know
a- you
what
have a sense of
evil
what
sounds
evil-
like a cartoon theme to me. No disrespect. I swear to you, no
you know,
disrespect.
you have a
I think
moral
it's a
foundation.
semantical argument I think I'm having now, and maybe I shouldn't.
Okay. I mean,
I see your point, and I see his point.
It's tough.
I don't advocate taking everybody's guns either. I guess again, his point is his fucking daughter didn't go to school to become a teacher to also be a trained assassin. You know, she's a fucking teacher. So her
Nobody's talking
job
about being nobody's talking about her being a trained assassin. They're talking about her being a
being
sitting duck.
but
So you're talking about what, Tooch?
I'm talking about she would be a sitting duck without a gun.
That's
You know,
not true. That's not true. First of all, if you have stricter gun ownership laws in this country, it would help dramatically, right?
Well, I think
do we
people
agree
should,
with that? Do we agree with that, Tooch?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think people should pass a psychiatric exam to own one.
Okay, so
You know?
so we're
And
in
have no
agreement.
criminal record.
So we're in agreement on that. So
Yeah.
that would help dramatically. Do you think that people the age of 18 should be allowed to purchase automatic weapons, tactical gear that like this person was
You
in
can't
Buffalo, New
purchase
York?
automatic weapons, though.
Well, but he got his hands on an automatic weapon that I believe
Automatic weapons
Semi-automatic.
are illegal unless you have a Class 7 license.
Do you believe that semi-automatic weapons should be allowed for people who are of that age and tactical gear?
Semi-automatic weapons?
Yes.
For 18?
Mm-hmm.
18-year-olds? I personally don't think 18-year-olds should own guns. No, I think they're not mature enough.
So we send them to war.
I think, there you go. So I don't know. I know that the founding fathers would say, let the states decide, but, I know that a lot of people don't agree with that as well.
The problem is that if you have a state with lax gun laws, then it's easier for states that have stricter gun laws to enforce their laws because guns are easily carried across borders and state lines. So that's the problem. We need a federal law that's going to address this at least in an umbrella way. And I know that certain states, individuals need guns more than people perhaps in the city where police services are readily more available. If you're living out in Wyoming and you call the police, hey, there's somebody in my house, it's going to take 2 hours for the cops to arrive there. So I agree that, in some parts of the country, gun laws should be more lax. But at the same time, we've got to figure out an answer to this. And Tooch, I apologize to you.
No apologies are needed.
But I'm really fucking angry about how this is always politicized. And I know, Tooch, you are more conservative than I am.
I didn't used to be.
But you are right now. And so
I am now because the left moved so far left, they left me behind.
Well, see, I make the argument that the right has moved so far to the right. We have a president who instigated an insurrection of the Capitol building to try to overturn an election that was certified in state after state after state, and over 40 legal challenges were not even looked at by some courts because there was no fucking evidence there. And so when Cliff in the chat room is saying, well, the insurrection is not that big of a deal, or this or that, I'm like, what the fuck are you guys reading? What are you seeing on TV? It must be Fox News and some of this other
possible even for I don't think it was possible for them to overturn an election anyway. Said they stormed in there. It wouldn't have happened either way. Whatever. There's no way they could have overturned the election, whether or not, if you believe that, fine. I don't believe that they could have. Did they try? I don't know. There was a lot of fucking people wandering around like tourists inside there. There was a lot of people dressed in fucking military gear as well, too.
That's laughable. That's laughable. Come on.
How could they overturn an election that was already decided?
Well, they were trying to delay the results so that they could continue on their efforts of.
And they advocated killing Mike Pence.
Do you believe that they advocated in the killing, the assassination of Mike Pence? Do you believe that's
I
true?
never heard that.
They had the harness outside.
You're grossly underinformed on this.
It
Grossly underinformed.
sounds like something you'd hear on CNN or MSNBC, though.
Oh my God. These CNN and MSNBC are not reporting fake news. They're not reporting that. They have made mistakes with some of their reporting. And generally what happens is when some of their producers or reporters make a mistake with their reporting, they're fired. And Tooch, I got to tell you, I don't fucking appreciate you laughing when I make a point. That's why I get angry at you, because you got this fucking cavalier attitude, like you're right. You're the one saying I'm always right. That people think that way. That's how you're behaving right now. And that's why I think that you're full of shit. That's
that's not what I'm saying at all.
Laugh at that.
There's been instances of fake news on all fronts. That's what I'm laughing about. CNN claimed for years that Trump was a Russian agent. I never believed that for a second. I don't care whether
See, you're wrong there. You're wrong there. Show me evidence that CNN made the claim that Donald Trump was a Russian agent. Show me evidence.
They said it for years.
They said it for years. Show me a picture of something from their website, CNN.com, that says that. I will suck your fucking dick.
Oh, all right. Well, look, man. I know that
it's bullshit. It's bullshit. You're making that up, or you read that on some bullshit website that's handing you lies. CNN never.
Somebody reported that Trump was communicating with some bank in Russia. That turned out to not be true.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
The Mike Pence
Alpha Bank.
True.
I never heard about that. I don't care whether people. I just don't think that there was. They claimed that Trump was being peed on by prostitutes in Russia. That turned out to be fake.
Yeah, there was a report about that, and they reported what was in that memo. But they never claimed that was true. They claimed that the allegations.
They didn't claim it was false.
There was a secret investigator. Let me fill you in on this, Tooch. There was a secret investigator that was hired by Republican operatives to try to get dirt on Donald Trump. And when Donald Trump won the nomination for the Republican Party, those Republican operatives stepped out of that, and Hillary Clinton then continued to pay this former British spy to collect that information in his handwritten note.
Was the information correct?
Some of it was correct and some of it was wrong. And apparently there is no proof that prostitutes were peeing on the bed, or that there's a pee videotape. But some of that stuff in that memo written by, do you remember the guy's name, Dan?
Christopher Steele.
That's him, Christopher Steele. Some of that stuff was correct. And so I don't know, you're conflating certain things. You're presenting things that are pure fiction. I don't understand this.
Well,
I'm glad you're the one that's upset, not me.
I'm not upset, Aldo. I don't believe everything the news says or everything the government says. That's just me. I'm very skeptical. I don't think people could have overturned an election by wandering into the Capitol. I don't think that Trump was a Russian agent. I don't think that Hillary Clinton was such and such. I don't think that Trump was a Russian agent. I mean, these are all things.
You don't believe Hillary drinks the blood of children? Please.
No, of course not.
You don't believe she had a prostitute?
Both parties say and do these things that get their people who believe in these parties fired up. And I mean, I know people. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican. I couldn't give a shit. I have certain values that I believe are morally correct. I don't think. I don't believe in everything that these. I don't trust the news. Let's just say that. Okay. And NewsGuard recently claimed the Daily Beast was fake news, which is Chelsea Clinton's news source. A news guard is who we're supposed to trust. We're supposed to trust, I forget, the Scopes, like that's the end all be all, or Wikipedia is the end all be all. What's in there is true. I don't believe it. That which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence to me. I don't know. I'm not going to say
Why did all the right wingers believe Trump when he said that the election was stolen?
I don't know. How can you say everyone believed it?
Because I live in a red state.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't think we'll ever know. It's like the Kennedy assassination. I don't think we'll ever know. And at this point, it doesn't matter. So all you can do is keep going forward.
I will say this to appease the right on this. Biden has been so bad. I mean, to lose the abortion thing,
I've always been in the middle ground, though, man.
To not even be able to get a fucking vote on it last week, and then you couple the inflation and the gas prices, he's going to lose his fucking ass off in the fall, and he's probably going to lose to Trump again in 24, and he's going to deserve it.
I hope
he's been fucking shitty. He's been horrible.
Well,
and I voted for him. But that's a difference, though. The people on the right now absolutely refuse to criticize their dear leader, but I'm telling you, I voted for him, and I can say he's fucking terrible. Most Trump supporters live and die by everything this man says and refuse to even refute it. And when they know it's bullshit,
never be elected again. He's not user friendly.
All that bullshit. Like they never ever hold him accountable for anything he says or does ever. And if he says, "Oh, I didn't do this," and there's a video that shows he said it, they still don't believe it, and it's mind-boggling. I've never seen a man have that kind of hold over people when they just suspend critical thinking.
Well,
because
the Democratic Party has a hold over people's thinking as well. Trump has a hold over people's thinking. You have to separate yourself from this and stay true to your core values, your morals. That's all. Trump better not. Trump will never get elected again. He's not user friendly. He's horrible.
Think he will, and I think he's on the path to do so because of Biden's terrible 2 years here. Everything started falling apart with. And I advocated.
I voted for Trump twice.
How many more people in Afghanistan Americans have to die for this fucking war?
I didn't want a politician.
But that started a domino effect of people viewing him as being like a poor leader, and that's just been exacerbated by day.
Biden here. I lost. The Democratic Party lost me when they cheated Bernie Sanders out of. I thought was the one person who could defeat Trump. I was a big supporter of Bernie Sanders. I did some work for the campaign, just door-to-door stuff back when I lived in Illinois. Thought he had the best chance, and they just kind of they cannibalized their own party, and that didn't sit well with me. George W. Bush, we'd come off of that and voted for Obama twice. George W. Bush, I consider to be the worst president in American history, with the weapons. Wow. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, BS. That
I would say Trump is definitely
the war. I don't think so, man. I think he wasn't user friendly, and
but he advocated the violent overthrow of the government on January 6th. That's the thing that people just act like it didn't happen on the right, and that did happen. He was out there firing them up, saying he was going to walk down the fucking Capitol with them. Of course, he didn't. He went into his lair and just watched Fox News and tweeted all fucking day.
I think the idea of getting putting America first was a good idea, and I'll stand behind that. I like the idea of getting the country healthy and in financial, economically sound. Because look where we are today. I mean, diesel fuel. I don't know how truckers afford
I
diesel
agree with
fuel.
you. That's what I said. Biden's going to lose his ass off in the fall. He's going to lose in 24. I wouldn't be surprised if he primary. If they do what Jimmy Carter.
I don't think you can say that for sure.
Ted Kennedy came in and tried to primary him in 1980. So I wouldn't be surprised if fucking Hillary reemerges and tries to primary him. Anybody. Because it certainly can't be the vice president. She, as much as I would like to think.
Aldo's like, I used to like this guy sitting next.
I would like to think that a biracial vice president.
It's all good, Aldo.
Could run for president, but there's no chance.
Tooch, I've always known that you had conservative beliefs, and that there are totally different than my beliefs, and that doesn't mean that I love you like a brother and so forth.
For sure,
I
and
got
likewise.
family members who we're diametrically opposed on points of view. But what I don't like is some of this dialogue that makes it seem like people like me who consume all sorts of information are being brainwashed by the left.
I wouldn't point at you specifically.
And hold on a second. And the other thing that it really, really pisses me off is that I talk to people like you, Tooch, who feel like they are so well informed on stuff, and then when I ask you questions about stuff, you don't know. You say you don't know. Well, if you're not
if I didn't hear that, I'm not going to say.
Well, if you're not well versed on the information at hand, then you should shut the fuck up and do some more research on it.
Is it possible for me to know every piece of research, though?
Well, but then don't comment on it. Don't comment on, you're saying that there wasn't any protection there for the people at that Buffalo, New York supermarket. There was a security guard who heroically tried to save people, but was instead gunned down himself. And so for you to say that is a slap into the face of this African-American security guard who was trying to save lives. And you're over here saying, well, there was no protection there. Don't you see how insensitive that fuck it is?
Individual protection. There was one guy. Okay, fine. I wasn't interested in learning about the slaughter of these poor people. I'm sorry. It's very upsetting. I don't need any more negative emotion. I don't know the full details of it. I admit, but I don't want to be. I have enough depression in my life. That's just going to make me more depressed. But I still think the people who, if he had chosen a different place, it might have had different results.
Yeah, and Cliff, I disagree with you. The mainstream media is one of the institutions. You know how valuable the First Amendment says freedom of speech. You know how valuable the Fourth Estate is for the democracy of this country. We need to make whatever reforms are necessary with the news media because we need them back in to be a safeguard against what is happening on both political parties and outside both political parties. Now, I say that I'm a liberal, but I am by no means a Democrat in whatever they say. I am so fucking upset at Barack Obama because he had an opportunity to be an FDR for this country. But
totally agree.
But what did he do? He fell in line with Hillary Clinton, the Bill Clinton economics of this country, and Barack still allowed Wall Street to have complete control of our economy. So I was fucking pissed off at him, and I'm pissed off at a lot of the stuff the Democrats
I agree with you 100%.
I
love Barack. I loved him. Dude had me crying at the old Democratic convention.
Voted for him twice.
Keynote speaker. But yeah, he was a failure as president, and I hate saying that, but I agree with you.
Yeah. And Cliff says the MSM is one-sided. I wish it was different. You know what? That's what all conservatives have said over the years. Since I've been following politics in the 1960s, I have heard people say that. And perhaps it is because the so-called liberal media is pointing out things that the right is doing wrong. And so that's why you are so upset with the mainstream media. But the fact of the matter is that the mainstream media, which has gone from hundreds of different publications and news organizations and so forth, is now run by 6 or 7 major organizations. And all of them are for money. They're for dollars and cents. They are not reporting the news based on what is good for the public interest, but what is good for the pocketbook. And that's what we have to correct. When
Bill Clinton passed the Telecommunications Act in the late 90s that allowed corporations to basically buy up all the media.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have like a Clear Channel may own 250 radio markets, for example. That was given birth to by Bill Clinton. His second term was a disaster for this country in so many ways. But that's the result of the fact that there are a couple of companies, as you said, that own all the media conglomerates. And whether that be, the dying industry medium of newspapers or radio or even television or the internet. You know, most of them are owned by a couple of just several different companies is my point. And that was because of Bill Clinton. So I do have to say that I don't want to say take umbrage, but I'm really shocked that
okay, Stephen,
that he didn't know that there were people saying they wanted to kill Mike Pence. They even had the fucking rope and shit outside. I mean, I don't know how you missed that. I mean, honestly.
Would you say that, I mean, I don't know, a lot, most of the media outlets are sort of favor or side with Democratic politicians and policy. I mean,
well, I watched that live without anybody interpreting it for me.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I find it dangerous that if the media is overwhelmingly for one political party or one point of view, I think it's dangerous for people to consume one point of view. And I think you both.
So, do you watch Fox News?
I don't watch any of that shit. I watch sports.
So, where do you get your news from?
Twitter, I guess.
Awful.
Yeah, that's the only I only have time for Twitter. You know, I digest 247 characters.
Would you agree with my point of view that you are underinformed on certain issues? If you're not reading news, if you're not consuming any news, then how is it that you're making up your point of view, Tooch?
I mean, it's difficult to say. Okay, I mean,
this is pissing me off even more. You're fucking lying to us. You must be getting this information from somewhere. Tell us where it is, because I'm sure it's right-wing media.
I just word of mouth, Twitter, YouTube. You know, I watch independent media. I like Tim Pool. I like Joe Rogan. I like I don't know. That's about it.
When Aldo yelled, "Tell me the truth," I thought of Nicholson saying, "You can't handle the truth."
Yeah,
I'm getting pissed off, but
I stopped listening.
It's not just against Tooch; it's about all of these other people.
I don't listen
read
to
on Twitter and so forth, and are spreading so much fucking misinformation because they heard it from Joe Rogan, because they heard it
or
from
Tucker.
I mean, if something like newsworthy and it's CNN, okay, I'll see what they have to say. If it's MSNBC, or if it's Fox, or if it's whatever, I'll listen. Reuters or whatever, it's in a tweet. Fine, it's all different news agencies. I'm not gonna say that I go out of my way to seek out these channels, though. I don't. You know, I don't. If there's I do get most of my news from Twitter. You know, I'll go and see what's trending and look at there's AP, there's Reuters, there's all of it. There's that all pops into my Twitter feed. But I don't have time for TV. I work a full-time job. You know, I watch a lot of sports, and that's it. I sleep. I'm asleep for 8 hours a day.
Cliff is asking why I am yelling, and I'll tell you why I'm yelling, Cliff, because I have a daughter. And she's going to have a child. I'm going to be a grandfather. And I am afraid of what this country is becoming. I'm afraid. Tooch is saying that she's got to carry a gun to go do her job to teach kids. I'm afraid that my grandchild is going to live in a world that is not the world that I grew up, where there's free public education, where my grandson can get a good education. I'm afraid that there's going to be civil unrest in this country. The fact of the matter is that the FBI director, Chris Wray, said that homegrown terrorist violence is one of the fastest growing crime sections that they're overlooking at the FBI. Today on Twitter, there was a minister from Idaho saying, "Fuck the Democrats, he's saying this from the pulpit, saying, if you are a Democrat, get out of this church. And if you think that the insurrection on January 6th was a big thing, then you ain't seen nothing yet." This was a minister from the state of Idaho, from his pulpit, telling his congregation this, and they're cheering out loud. This is stuff that we've never seen before in this country.
And somehow they're tax exempt.
That's why I'm not religious either. But
So that's why I'm yelling, Cliff, because these are fucking scary times. We're losing our democracy. We can't go to the supermarket and worry that and feel safe. There's so much terrible stuff going on, and as I'm entering the final chapter of my life, and I'm seeing what is going to be left behind for people that I love, I get fucking angry. And when I talk to people like Tooch, who I feel are grossly misinformed and are feeding narratives that are from these right-wing conspiracy groups, then I'm going to fucking yell. And for Jordan and anybody else's, hey, this is getting uncomfortable and so forth, I don't care. I'm going to fucking say it like it is, because this is my moment.
That is. I totally respect that. But I don't think that they're right-wing talking points, man. I think it's just people who believe in the Constitution that want to follow the rule of law. Do I watch news on the regular? No, I don't. Like I said, I don't have time. But if it's a news story, like something really important, and CNN happens to pop on, or whatever pops on, I just will digest it in the moment. But I don't seek out these channels. I'm not a regular viewer of any of these channels. I don't think they don't have any importance in my view right now. I only live within my means. I can't affect great change in where I am in life. I can only lead by example. I don't hurt anybody. I don't inflict harm on people. I expect people not to inflict harm on me, but I'm not going to let people inflict harm on me if I can help it. I stay to myself. I'm not going to side with anybody or go against people either. I don't look to make trouble. I look to live my life within the rules. That's it. Whatever rules are out there. If you're to make a law that said Tooch can't watch sports anymore, I wouldn't watch sports. A law that would, I'm a law-abiding citizen. That's all.
So you don't mind if your freedoms are taken away?
Well, I would, yeah. But I mean,
you would do that
if that's the law, and somebody's going to put me in jail. Yeah.
So when these laws that are being passed, taking away women's rights to abortion, about taking voters' rights away from certain people, you're okay with that?
I didn't say I'm okay with it.
You said that because you would abide by those laws, you feel that these other people.
All I can do is vote. That's it. I can't affect change in any large amount. And I think that's the problem initially with this country, is that the people who can affect change are the hyper wealthy, and they're behind most of the troubles in this country. I'm pro-life. My reason leads me to believe that the preservation of human life is preferable to the destruction of human life. I believe that life begins at conception. I believe that the DNA information for a unique human being is evident, and that the science backs that up. In the womb, that's a unique human being, and I believe that if you murder a pregnant woman, it should be 2 murders. But I think 90% of people who engage in sexual intercourse realize that pregnancy could be a consequence of that act, and I think that abortion might be anti-Christ. This is your body which will be given up for me, not my body which will be given up for you. I'm not religious in any way, but I can reason out that preserving life is preferable to destroying human life. That's all. I don't want. At the same time, I don't like telling people what to do.
But that's what you're doing if you support that.
That's what I believe.
Abortion.
That's what I believe. I'm in a gray area. I don't know what to do, but that's what I believe.
Okay. So, do you think that it's all right then for the government to tell a woman what to do with her body?
I don't know. I would hope that people could reason out like I do, that preserving human life. I have 3 children. So I can't imagine destroying my child. You know, it's completely foreign to me to destroy life. You know, except in self-defense. If you're trying to harm my family, that's my chief concern. You know, is protecting my family and my friends. I can't do much more in this life. I don't have the station in life. I'm not Elon Musk where I can affect change on a monumental scale. You know, I get one vote. You know, there's not much more I can say about it. I think that the states should decide. Each state is different. New York is different than Iowa. You know, Iowa already has a law in place in case Roe versus Wade is overturned. 12 weeks or 16 weeks, up to 16 weeks, you can have an abortion. I'm fine with that. That's what the state decided. You know, but it's not my place to tell a person what to do in their life. Everyone gets one life. You know, that's it. I would hope everyone chooses life. That's just me. I'm not religious at all. I just use my reason to reason it out.
Dan, any thoughts on this topic before we pull the plug?
I have lots of thoughts on this.
Oh, yeah.
But
I'm sure he does.
I have to get up at 6:30 East. But I'll just say quickly, to me, I'll just use it as weed as an example. I don't do any drugs. I've never done any drugs. But I also advocate the legalization of marijuana. So I think a lot of people could be pro-life, and I respect that. No one on the left is saying that we advocate you having to have an abortion or someone you know having to have an abortion. However, what we're saying is that's your preference. You don't want to do it. That's fine. We support you too, but we also support the other female that decides she doesn't want to do it. Because fuck it, man. It's her body. And the Republicans were always yelling.
There's no vote on this.
They were yelling, it's my body when it comes to the fucking virus and not wanting to get the goddamn, vaccination. It's their body then. But now, oh, fuck, let the government. They want small government, but they want that small government to impose their opinion onto every woman. And that bothers me because I think, like, in a lot of instances, women are not allowed to get birth control with their fucking insurance. But we can get our dicks hard with Viagra with our insurance.
I find her body, her choice, extremely selfish. You know, abortion shouldn't be something of convenience or lifestyle because I just can't. Yeah, birth control should be free.
They're probably going to go after the homosexuals again. We're trying to ban their marriage, and they're damn sure going to have something to say about transsexuals. This is a bad.
I agree with PJ.
In terms of, this isn't where they stop. This is the starting point for the far right agenda, in my opinion, and they're just targeting women with it, and that bothers me. I feel like that this was settled law 50 years ago. But the whole time, right wingers have been trying to overturn it, and God bless them, they fucking did it. They finally satiated their ego to force their opinion onto everybody else. And what's even worse about it is when the kid is born, they want nothing to do with it. They don't want to help with CHIPS program. They want to help with welfare. They don't want to help the woman get daycare, like assistance. They don't want to give that fucking kid any help at all the moment it comes out the womb. And it's baffling to me how so many right-wingers are against birth control and against abortion. And that's the kind of thinking we have. It's just restrictive, what I tell you, 1984 shit that they bitch about in every other aspect. Oh, we got to have small government. But when it comes to this, because it's my opinion and I'm right, I want that government.
I don't know what's right. I'm not saying I know what's right.
It doesn't. Well, never mind.
The founding fathers set it up so that the states decide. That's all I could say. People.
They didn't say that about abortion.
No, there's not. I'm not saying about abortion. They said let the states decide the laws for themselves, whatever a law it is. You know, whether it's owning a gun or the speed limits of their roads, whether or not the library gets $1 million a year or $2 million. Let the states decide to govern themselves, and I agree with that. I think that the Constitution is probably the single best document to allow a community, country, or society to govern itself, and it has they thought of everything. The processes in place for amending the Constitution. For
they also said black people were 3/5 of a fucking person.
Right. Well, that's wrong. Obviously, that's not. I don't know about that.
You missed that day of class.
Yeah, I don't. It's been a long time since I had civics class. That was high school.
Really, you didn't know
40.
that the Constitution said that black people are 3/5 human beings?
I don't remember that, but yes, reminding me now. Look, man, I can't remember everything. I have memory loss.
But these are important things.
They are important things. I can't help losing my memory, man.
Yeah, I just feel like, I'm not even gonna get into it.
I can't help it. I have memory loss. It's been
and so do I. But there's certain things that I'm going to remember. And when the country and the founding fathers, which everybody so fondly recalls them, they fucked up over and over and over again. Yes, the document, which by the way there was parts that were heavily borrowed from other countries.
Yeah.
Yes, the document made a lot of sense. It was a good starting ground. But what we need now is a constitutional convention to rewrite the Constitution of the United States, because it needs severe updating. And so many of these laws, like the Second Amendment, you can have two reasonable guys talking about the Second Amendment and come up with totally diverse points of view as to what that means.
Yeah.
So one person will say it doesn't mean that every citizen is entitled to a gun, while one person will say it something separately. So it's time that this country sits down and starts to have civil discussion, not be like me and screaming and yelling like a goddamn idiot and calling my friend stupid and so forth. I apologize.
Probably well deserved for on my part.
It's not, and no one is deserved to be called that, and I apologize for that.
No apologies are necessary.
But I do feel like we need more dialogue in this country, and it has to happen soon, because I am afraid. One of the reasons I yell is because I am fucking afraid.
Intolerance. It's like you can't accept another person's point of view. I'm sorry. That's not my fault. That's a problem within you, not within me. Sorry. I didn't know that. I don't remember that part, but now that you reminded me, I remember it. I'm sorry. I'm 54 years old.
Stephen Nagishi is apologizing in the chat room because he thinks that he started this. No, this was going to happen.
No, dude.
When I was on this show and the future show, it had nothing to do with it. I urge people to watch the AA team and watch all three segments.
I missed that one. I usually watch it. I missed the last one.
But we have so much great programming here. It's hard to stay on top of things, right?
I drop in there. When I can, and Barfly Tailgate, and South Burbs Hitmen. I try to drop in whenever I can. It's just when I'm at work, there's a no cell phone policy because they think we're 6-year-olds. So I can't even look at my cell phone, or my boss will be like, "What? Put your cell phone away," like I'm 6. So, they don't trust me to do my job or get the work done at 54 years old. So looking for another job, but
let's let Dan get some rest. Let me get some rest too. And Tooch, of course, you got to be up early too to work, right?
Yes. Yep. I start at 8.
Sleep well and forget all the terrible things I said.
It's already forgotten. There's nothing, I try to do the right thing or the good thing wherever I go. I'm not trying to. I didn't mean to offend anybody. I just want everybody to get along. That's all.
I see. I disagree with that, Tooch. Sometimes there have to be fights. There has to be debate.
Oh yeah.
People shy away from passionate debate on stuff. Yep. And you know what? That's not going to help cure things. That's not going to help. As long as we all vow to listen and try to understand the other person's point of view, we should not, worry about if somebody raises their voice, if somebody is passionate about things. That's not right. It's, in other countries, people are yelling in their legislative chambers, yelling at back and forth.
Well, they'll fist fight too.
Everything is also fucking civil and nothing gets done. So let's leave it there. Dan, safe travels tomorrow. What time you got to be up?
Yeah, Danny, safe travels.
I'm gonna get up at 6:30 Eastern because I still have to pack my bag with my clothes.
It's
And
safer than riding in a car, Dan.
I hope so. I got to drive about an hour and 15 minutes.
Enjoy it. Enjoy the takeoff and everything, and the
What
fun
airline?
and the lift.
I'm with Delta.
Oh, Delta. That's a good airline. They'll let you fly the
Yeah.
plane every 20 minutes.
I'm with United when I come to Chicago in the fall.
Oh, that's the best airline. I know where to pick you up at what terminal and all that stuff. Perfect. Yeah, and I apologize to anyone in the chat room that was offended by my yelling and screaming.
No.
I just give
I mean, Aldo and Dan, you guys influence me every day. You know, I'm not impervious to changing my mind.
No,
You know?
I know
So-
that you are that way. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, and if Aldo or Dan were going to ask me to help them in any way, of course I would drop whatever I was doing to help them, you know?
Well, I want to point out as I leave that, like I said, yeah, I voted for Biden, but I'm sitting here telling you that he's doing a terrible job. I feel like the other side never does that. They never criticize their politicians. It's all about the big R. You know, it's like they're criticizing their own fraternity and they can't do it. I'm sitting here telling you, he's doing a terrible job, and he's going to pay a huge price for it this fall. And I'm showing you, I can be objective, and not just because he's a Democrat. I'm not up here just sucking his dick, you know?
I don't even know if he's running the country though, so it might not be his fault, Dan. I don't know if he's
either way. It's on his
cognition,
watch. It's under
full
it's under his
cognition
administration.
Yeah,
he was the one elected on January 20th. Sworn in on January 20th. So it's his. Everything's under. He's the commander in chief. Whether we want to try to say that she's doing it, whatever, I don't know. But I can just say it's his administration. And right now, unless something dramatically changes, because let's not forget, Bush had a 91% approval rating in 1991 after the war and fucking lost in 92. So things can happen. But as of right now, he's about to lose his ass off in the fall and in 24.
That you can take that to the bank.
I don't know if that's true.
I hope it's not true. I
There,
hope that,
millennials overwhelmingly vote liberal. So
millennials don't fucking give a shit except about themselves usually.
millennials don't vote in midterms.
And they think anything that happened before they were born is insignificant.
That's a problem. I mean,
there was somebody on the internet the other day that said, "Hey, any Super Bowl, any NFL championship that was before the Super Bowl doesn't count." I don't want to hear it. You know, somebody was making the argument that the Bears have won 9 championships in total, and the other person will say, "If it was before the Super Bowl, then
it doesn't count."
It's like, okay, you just erase all history before you were born, you dickhead.
Once they started that Super Bowl stuff, you know, we had a little bit of bad luck, except for 1 year. So, you know, it's like it's not our fault.
All right, everybody, I am out of here. I gotta get some rest, man. I'm getting disagreeable again.
Stop yourself. I'm sorry, Aldo. I apologize.
Don't be sorry. I'm sorry. All right.
No.
Don't be sorry for being a stupid idiot. No, I'm just kidding. Take care, everybody. We'll see you next week right here in Dan and Aldo Bear Their Souls tomorrow. Greg Gabriel and I start the day at 11 a.m. and then we have 3 shows on afterwards. So you know why I want to go to bed. I'm going to be producing 4 shows tomorrow. So
I'm working from home, so I can use my phone tomorrow.
There you go. All right.
Yep.
All right, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Be well, John.